Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the Erasmus Expeditions. We are here with Session 2 of Legend of the One Ring. This is a game where we are combining Legend of the Five Ring and Lord of the Rings together in a trilogy about honorable death. So, yeah. Super excited to be getting back to this. The first session was a lot of fun. I'm very eager to get to what I have planned for this session. So yeah. What else? Let's see. We are all novices with this system, so bear with us if you happen to know what the hell is going on, because we kind of do. We're going to do our best. But yeah. What else? If language and mature subject matter are a problem for you, then this is not a great place for you to hang out. You should turn around and find somewhere else on the internet to spend your time. But if those things don't bother you, then grab a chair. Maybe some popcorn. What else? I think that's about it. So I'm going to go ahead and pass things over to my players so that they can introduce themselves, say what they have going on, touch on anything like that, tell you where you may be able to find them on the internet, and then I think we're going to get started. So we are going to start with Ryan.
Oh, sorry. That cheese it came out of nowhere. Hi, everybody. Again, I'm Ryan. I'm playing the Dragon Samurai Kenji Yamaguchi. Super excited once again. Ninja cheese. Super excited. We're gonna get right into the meat and potatoes of the fun parts today, I think. And I'm super excited. Once again, you'll find me here or anywhere else that you can find Ryan Klein. I think I'm the only one. There's probably more. But yeah, that's me. We're here. We're gonna have fun.
Absolutely, man. I'm really excited. Gotten the chance to play with you a couple of times over on Jake's Discord on MTD, and yeah, I've thought of you whenever we started putting this together, and I wanted the chance to kind of get the opportunity to run a game for you. So I'm super thrilled that you said yes, and that we're gonna do our best to kill you over here.
Super excited.
All right. Speaking of trying to kill you, next up is Jason.
Well, my character's super old, so you won't have to try that hard. Yes, I am Jason Osorio, and I will be once again playing Guan, second of his name, of the Shuzen family, another Dragon Clan samurai of the Miramoto to Heaven School. Very excited to see how crazy this initial combat that I think we're about to get into goes, and just like Ryan said, kind of getting to grips with the meat and potatoes of the system. Again, thank you so much, Jeremy, for having me, and a preemptive thank you to all the amazing people playing this game with me. This is going to be a wild ride, I'm sure. So I will pass it on to the next person, whoever that may be.
Whoever that may be, indeed. That may be Baron.
What's up, everybody? I'm Baron, reporting live from the fucking tundra. It is snowing here again, just so everybody's aware. I am super pumped to be back. I don't do shit on the internet. Don't come find me. But today, it's 2. I'm going to be playing Ikoma of Hida Clan, a proud Crab Clan warrior who will defeat the enemies of mankind and the minions of the shadow on any field of battle they put me
on. All right. Oh, yeah. Speaking of the hordes of enemies, next up we have Karen.
I am all the enemies. I'm Karen. I'm also known as Myth and Gears. Well, what do I got going on? I've got like some stuff. Like tomorrow is Monday, and Monday is over at Mini Terrain Domain. We get to play Pathfinder Sandpoint. That's pretty exciting. It's going to be a session. Last one ended pretty wild. So if you're following us, please come on and see that. And Tuesday is Sky Metal also on Mini Terrain Domain. So, double header. Come on over and see us there. And today, I get to play Tachibana Satomi, and I am so very excited about this. And we're gonna die. And I'll pass it on.
I mean, you're not wrong. We put it on the outside of the box, so it has to happen. So yeah, I'm super excited as always to have you and Baron back on the channel, as well as Jason. Somebody else who is new to the channel, however, is Craig.
Howdy. On Discord I go by Doghammer13. Sometimes I can be seen on MTD over there. I've guest spotted and trying to get into some more, Jake, if you're listening. And this is my first go around here with Jeremy, and I appreciate it. I am playing the younger brother to Satomi, Ito of the Phoenix clan. And I'm all excited about making sure I die before my sister.
It's a noble pursuit, indeed. I guess we'll just have to figure out if that works. All right. So, without further ado, I think we're ready to go ahead and start, if everybody else is. No pressing concerns. Let's do it. At times, because of one man's evil, 10,000 persons suffer. So you kill that one man to let the tens of thousands live. Here, truly, the blade that deals death becomes the sword that saves lives. Yamamoto Tsunetomo, Hagakuri. The glorification of war is the pastime of those who have not lived it. It is only natural to wish that tragic circumstances not happen in our time. All who have lived to see such events feel the weight of it upon their souls. But the harsh reality is that it is not for them to decide. All we have to decide is what to do with the time that is given us. True samurai understand that Bushido is a way of living as though one were already dead, for their life may be forfeit at any given moment, even simply to uphold an ideal. If a samurai is fortunate enough, however, they will be given the chance to sacrifice their life with their sword in hand, as they stand against a tide of evil. The way of the warrior is death. We find the group of you once again in the ruined city of Hoshijosai. This place almost already seems lost to the shadow. The half of the city that exists on the other side of the river is already rumored to be haunted, is troubling to even gaze upon. The feeling that something from there is watching you, that it is simply waiting. You have felt this shadow, the presence of evil, of the forces of Fu Lang. This close to the wall, this city is bursting with this presence, this feeling. So much so that your time here, limited as it has been thus far, has begun taking its toll on you. You can feel it pulling at your soul already. You can tell the kami here are unbalanced. Something is not right. As you sleep this evening, or attempt to. What I would like is for each one of you, please, to describe the restless nightmare that your character is experiencing.
Like I'm experiencing the nightmare right now, or I'm awakening from a nightmare that I had experienced.
That's up to you.
I mean, realistically, however it segues into this scene, it's pitched combat. There's like the smoke of torched like straw mats and like the reed roofs kind of like curling black into like charred ash. There's groups of soldiers doing battle with the minions of evil, of darkness, of shadow, as they kind of like roil in from the river like a fog itself. Like as I look at it, I see this fog, but like in my heart of hearts, I know that this is more than just water. It's the enemy. And before I can really react, the wave has kind of overcome me and my men, and I just see, my friends, maybe even, some of you, my companions, overwhelmed, and very similar to like, never mind. They wash over like just this fog, and they kill us just as quickly. And as I kind of like turn to run, or maybe even getting assailed myself, I'm in the castle. I'm pushing aside these Kabbalists to get into where the scroll is kept. I know the scroll is here, and I know it's what I need to defeat them, because I must defeat them at all costs. I throw open this door, and I think I'm in a place I've never been before. It's dark. The walls are like a smooth obsidian. It's hot, and I feel like the air is probably stagnant and thin. Immediately, there's sweat and grime on my face, even the blood from my friends as they were falling. And as I look around, this room is empty. As like I kind of finish my turnaround, there's a table, and there's food, and it looks delicious. There is sake on the table, and it looks cold, and it looks refreshing. And I can see now that there's a fireplace or some sort of like central heating in the room, and there's a person here, or what feels like a person, an entity of some kind. But I can't look at them. No matter what I do, they're on like the like I can't look at that end of the table. My head will simply not allow, and I want to run. I want to get away from here. It feels. I'm afraid. I, for the first time, admit it, maybe even to myself, like, gods, calm me above. I'm fucking scared. I want to leave, so I turn to leave, but rapidly it becomes kind of out of body. Like I see the door behind me, but I realize my body has not turned. My body has like locked eyes with this individual across from me, this roiling black shadow that I cannot give definitive form. And flashes of some sort of crimson sphere floating in a ball of fire kind of emerge and almost burn my face, it feels like, as this overwhelming voice tells me to sit. To accomplish my goal, I need to sit. I need to listen. And I think that's why I awakened so afraid. Because I don't remember what I heard, but I know I sat there and I know I listened.
I think for Guan, it's less of a nightmare at first and more of a memory. He is young, a full head of hair. He doesn't have this snow white beard. It's a well-trimmed black beard. He's probably in his maybe early 30s, late 20s. And he is badly wounded, but he is striding proud and erect through what appears to be a grand forge. And there are not just blades and suits of armor hanging from the walls. There are beautiful metallic ornamentations and decorations and statuettes. And he is walking towards this figure, this this breathtaking woman dressed in a blacksmith's attire with a leather apron over her body, but she is clearly not human. She has skin like supple iron, hair like spun gold. Her eyes shine with the fires of the forge. Her ears are long and pointed. She is Kanayago Kami, the mistress of the forge. And he's trying to move towards her despite his wounds, his hand outstretched. But out of the corner of his eyes in the periphery, he sees these tendrils of darkness begin to worm their way into this warm and holy place of the kami. And he looks at his hand and sees it is starting to become wrinkled. It is aging. Liver spots appear. His sort of upright posture becomes more hunched. His armor and his wounds, they start to drag him down as we just hear whispers in the periphery of, tell us a story. Yes, tell us a story. Tell us of your exploits. Describe what happened when you were young. Oh, the great Guan Shuzen, the great Guan Shuzen. And it builds to this horrifying cacophony as the darkness swallows this, not a dream, this memory that he has of meeting this mistress of the forge when he was younger, until he is drowning in darkness, crying out for her help. And I think he actually wakes up in a cold sweat, again, an aged man in his late 50s, early 60s. And I think he just starts sobbing, just quietly into his hands. As this silver talisman that is shaped like a swordsmith's hammer with the kanji, the character that means promise, etched into it, hangs from his neck. He just quietly sobs into his hands, feeling the overwhelming chill of imminent death, as much as he would like to hope maybe he can escape it somehow.
Kenji is dreaming, or this nightmare is him standing amongst his fallen enemies, these Onikai that he has slaughtered. His katana is slick with this black ichor of their blood. He is drenched in his fallen enemies. His armor has been battered. He looks over and he sees villagers that are safe. And he hears a scream. And he runs. He knows the scream. The scream is familiar to him. And he can't get to the scream in time. No matter how fast he runs, no matter how quickly he throws himself towards the sound of that voice, he cannot reach them in time. Until the scream dissipates and he gets there, and a woman is lying in his home. She is drenched in blood. No matter what, every time this dream happens, every single time, he is not quick enough. He cannot be furious enough. He cannot dispatch his enemies quick enough. He always loses her. And he wakes up in cold sweat and shaken. Visibly, he reaches for anything, water, a weapon, anything to calm his nerves.
So Satomi's dream starts a little different. We see a multitude of people. They're all happy. They're laughing. The cherry blossoms are blooming on the trees. It's like there's some sort of festival going on, and we see this big feast. And everyone that Satomi loves is there. Her mother, her father, her brother, her three younger sisters. We're all around this table. We're eating. We're having conversation. Everything's good. Jibuna is actually beside Satomi, and we see other tables with other villagers, and all of a sudden there's like a scream rings out, and it comes from a distance, and then there's another scream from another place, and soon the entire like this hillside erupts in chaos as the villagers are screaming and they're running, and we see these shades, these black misty entities, if you will, flying through the air all around, whirlwind, and they fly through the people, and there's a scream, and immediately that person, once the mist has left them, shrivels and turns black and collapses. And Satomi watches this in horror as one by one her family members are picked off until there's just her, Ito, and Jibuna standing there, and they are fighting. They are fighting these creatures. But one comes and swoops down, and Ito is gone. He valiantly tries to fend it off, but it was too much for him, and he collapses in front. And there it is, that Jibuna and her side by side fighting. And they look at each other, and at that moment, something solidifies within the shadow and pulls each of them apart. And that's when Satomi wakes up.
Ito is standing on the wall, looking out over the as Baron described, the mists that are on the outside of the city, and he's playing this battle through his mind, and he's just anticipating everything. Just he's having trouble sleeping because he's so amped up to get this stuff going, to prepare for battle and everything. And as he's leans up against the post, he falls asleep. And when he awakes, he sees nothing but carnage. All the bodies are laying around him. The battle has already happened, and he wasn't involved in it. So he starts wandering through, looking, and he finds each of his companions in this pose that where they were cut down. So he heads toward the where he knows that the ceremony was happening, and there's carnage throughout the whole building. And he gets in there. He sees that Satomi is in there, standing by herself in front of holding the scroll, and a towering black figure of shadow is standing in front of her. And despite what she can do, he cuts her down, and she falls to the floor in front of him, and he watches her. His blood spills out, and the shadowy figure turns around, and it's his father saying, "Where were you? Why were you not here?" And then he startles himself awake.
Each of you finds yourself wrestling with these kinds of nagging visions, thoughts that creep in at the corner of your mind, even when you're awake. It seems inescapable. Each one of you is going to have your shadow points increased by 1. If you have a finger of jade, you may choose to have that finger of jade instead become damaged. I'm going to start increasing those, so if you do in fact have a finger of jade and want to spend it thusly, please let me know. Alright. Puts Guan at 1, Ikoma at 2, Ito at 1, Satomi at 3, and Kinji at 1. I fixed your overlay, by the way, Kenji. I don't know if you noticed.
I think that I will have the. I do have a finger of jade, and
You
yes,
do?
I will. Yes.
Okay.
And I will have that damaged.
Okay.
Because then it'll kind of be that stark reminder of, oh, it's happening, it's starting.
Absolutely. And the way that I believe Fingers of Jade work is like as they function, as they help absorb this darkness, the jade itself actually goes from being a brilliant green to darkening and becoming blacker. So okay. So you can feel the taint of the Shadowlands upon you as you waken from your nightmares. But then you realize that your nightmare isn't what actually woke you. You actually hear the sound of the alarm. It is this long section of bamboo that has been hollowed and lacquered and polished and charred so that it is almost black, and it is being beaten with 2 sticks with a certain kind of rhythm that calls out and echoes out of the ends of this enormous pipe, and alerting you that something is going on. And we see, as the audience, dark figures darting across the ruined rooftops of Hoshijosai as the ambush unfolds. So what I need is for each one of you, please, to make an initiative roll. So this is going to be a tactics roll. Whatever circle or whatever ring you choose to use will be the stance that you adopt for the first round of combat. So be aware of that. You are going to then add the number of successes that you get from this check to your vigilance score. And then let me know what that is.
Is there a specific TN we're looking for on the tactics roll, Jeremy, or just, adding the number of successes to vigilance?
It's just adding the number of successes. Okay. Yeah.
Roger that.
I think it's a TN1, and then your bonus successes also get added in, so it's the same, just different ways of phrasing the same thing.
So if you have a tactics dice, roll that many, is that what you mean?
Yes. So if you have a tactics die, then you'll want to add that to whatever ring you choose.
Oh, okay.
The rank in tactics, rather. Okay, so now I gotta figure out. Okay.
Spirals are the double success, right?
Spirals are the single success. Wait, actually,
You know about like the 3?
The flower.
Or the flower. That's an opportunity.
Right.
Never mind. Okay.
Yep.
Jeremy, I have a question.
Yes.
Actually, you know what? No, I won't do that. Never mind. Ignore me.
Very well.
Right. I will take the one.
So do exploding successes work on
Yes.
on this as well?
Yes, they do.
What about strife? Does strife count against you?
It does.
Okay.
Okay.
To vigilance, correct, is what we're adding the number of successes
Correct.
to, Jeremy?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. All right. I got a 4 total and also took 1 point of strife.
4 total for Guan.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Anybody else?
Okay. I got 1 success, 2 opportunities, and then the exploding with a strife. I'm going to use one of the opportunities to clear the strife. So technically I have 3 successes plus vigilance 2, so 5.
Wow. Okay.
And then I am going to keep the other opportunity. Don't know what for yet, but I have it.
All right, I got 2 successes, an opportunity, and 2 strife.
Okay. And then what is your vigilance?
My vigilance is 2.
Okay, so 4 total.
So do I add the strifes?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay, so Satomi also got 5. 1, 2, 3, 4. I'm just missing Ikuma. What you got?
I got 3 successes, 2 strife,
Okay, and then what is your vigilance?
2.
So 5 also. Okay. Okay,
Okay.
so Kinji, Satomi, and Ikoma. The tiebreaker, as per the rules, is whoever has the lowest honor goes first. So, Kinji, Satomi, and Ikoma, what are your honor scores?
40.
I'm so fucking honorable, dude.
60.
Okay.
Jesus. I mean,
65.
goodness.
Okay. So Satomi, and then Kinji, and then Ikoma, and then Guan and Ito. Both of you had the same initiative, so I need to know your honor scores, please.
50 honor for Guan.
Okay. Ito.
45.
45. Okay, so Ito will go first, and then Guan. Okay.
Can you run through the order real quick for us, Jeremy?
Absolutely. It will be Satomi, Kinji, Ikoma, Ito, Guan, and then the baddies will go. You all managed to get the jump on them, so.
Huh.
Okay. So, Satomi, you're up first.
I'm sorry. Can you explain what's happening again?
Yeah.
What we're
So
facing?
You have been awoken by this nightmare initially, but then realize that actually what has roused you from sleep is the sound of the alarm being kind of like banged. Again, it's kind of like this lacquered piece of bamboo that kind of produces this very loud noise, and it's beat in a very specific pattern to raise alarm, to mean that there is trouble. So that's what you have woken to hearing, and we just need to figure out what you want to do.
Well, I want to run out into the courtyard, find out what's going on.
Okay, so you run out into the courtyard because you are in the palace. Is where you've been staying. So you run out into the courtyard, and you can see warriors and bodyguards kind of running along the parapets, the walls, trying to figure out where the trouble is. They have their bows drawn, their yumi, and are kind of running from one side to the other. You kind of like squint into the bright moonlight to kind of try to figure out what exactly is going on, and that's when you spot darkly clad figures running quite easily across the rooftops. Some of them on all fours.
Can I still do stuff after I see that?
Mhm.
Okay. What can I do? I've got things. Of course, I have to start, and I've got all the complicated. I don't know what's going on here. Okay, not that one. 205. Sorry, 1 second, please.
No worries. Jason said it's your fault for being so dishonorable.
Oh,
He's not wrong.
I mean,
He's not wrong.
What are you Phoenix Clan doing over there? 40 honor? What's going on?
Slumming.
Hanging out with you guys. Okay, I am going to I did fire stance, so that I don't know what that. So I guess in complex, if I succeed, what +1 bonus success per strife symbol. So that's kind of cool. I like that.
Yep.
I'm
Very
going to
handy
try to
stance.
do an invocation called the Fires Within.
Okay.
So as an attack action, I will try to make a TN3 theology fire check, which will target a number of characters up to my fire ring at ranges 1 through 3. So 3 characters. So I'm assuming that they're within range 3.
Yeah, they would probably be
Yeah.
at the extent of that, or at least some of them would be at this
Okay,
point.
so I'm going to target 3 of them with this as I call upon my invocations. Okay, so what is it? Fire plus theology is 4. Okay. I haven't. No, I'll save that. Okay. Oh, that's a lot of circles. 1, 2, 3, 4. But I only get to keep up to my fire ring. Is that correct?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. What was that thing about fire stance? If you exceed what +1 bonus success per fire symbol. So that might be a thing.
Yeah, you can use your strife as successes as well.
Yeah, I think I might. Yeah, okay, so that would give me 3 successes with the strife, so that would be 4 successes.
Okay.
So that would give me a bonus success. I'm assuming I still take the strife as well.
Yeah.
Is that
Yeah, I believe so.
Okay. So if I succeed, I smite each target with a stream of fire. So basically 3 things of fire is coming out of my hands as I do this. Each target will suffer supernatural damage equal to my fire ring plus bonus successes. So that would be 4 supernatural damage.
Okay, so
on
you had
3
4
of
total
these guys.
successes, right?
Yeah, and I needed to do a
It's a
TN3.
3. Oh, okay. 3, not 2.
Yeah.
All right. So you had 1 bonus success, and then your rings were 3 for
3,
fire?
yeah.
Okay, so
Yeah.
yeah, 4 fire damage. Perfect. I'm
Yeah,
also
supernatural.
building
I
it
don't
so
know.
that I understand how this functions.
Yeah.
Because so far my knowledge is theoretical. So okay.
And
So your 4 damage goes against their endurance, I believe.
yeah, it's
And-
supernatural, so I think it does that mean it skips through it doesn't
Unless they have
skips through their armor or something, right?
Unless their armor has some kind of like supernatural resistance to it, it bypasses it. Because most armor is listed as only having physical resistance. So the 4 damage goes straight through because it's supernatural for them, because they do not have any kind of supernatural resistance. And their endurance is a 3. So you manage to drop all 3 of these beings.
I am amazing.
They
Just saying.
catch fire, and one of them collapses through a broken part of a rooftop of a building that it was on. Another one is blown kind of off the peak of the roof, tumbling off the other side, and you can hear it crash into the city below on the other side. The other one tumbling this direction off of the roof before it disappears into the rubble below. Atomi coming out swinging. Okay. What is this song?
And I'm frantically
not
looking
doing
around
that.
trying to find Jibuna, because gotta find him.
So you
But
know
that's
that he is in a different part of the city. He's been staying with the militia.
Yeah, and I can feel he's still there, right? Like,
Yes.
he has.
Yep.
Yeah. Okay. Perfect.
Okay. Satomi is flinging fire and starting to move towards the military encampment. Kinji, it's your turn.
Yes. Okay. 171. Sorry. I had to copy down all techniques and stuff. But Word was like, haha.
Just kidding.
That symbol doesn't exist, so I have to
Yeah, heard.
look at something to see what the question mark is supposed to be. But oh, it's opportunity. Okay, Cool. Oh, fantastic. Okay. Are there any close? So, like, Kenji would, like I said, through the alarm, he dons his armor, grabs his katana, throws the wrapped instrument on his back, sword shaped, but and he rushes outside. Does he see any of these creatures nearby that he can like get to quickly and strike, or are they farther away?
You're looking to close for melee?
Yes.
Okay. So this turn would probably need to be spent with some kind of maneuver, because I don't think that you're going to be able to close with them from melee this round. They are still mostly on the rooftops and kind of approaching from a distance. So if you have like a maneuvering action that you want to perform, then you could do that. Otherwise, you basically would just be moving closer.
I don't have a maneuver.
Okay.
I have a movement one, but I don't think it gets me that close yet. But
yeah,
I guess he's going to then close the distance and then try to get in between anyone that is not a soldier. If there's, like immediately trying to protect any non-combatants, and just be ready for when these things do close the gap, and sort of readying an action to attack once they do.
Okay, absolutely. I'll tell you what too, if you would like, because you're actually closer to where they are than Satomi was, so you can actually see them a little bit better, even though they're not necessarily melee range. If you want to make some kind of perceptive roll, let me see I don't know what skill that would necessarily be.
I'll use my samurai eyes. I'll
What do your samurai eyes see?
enemies. No.
Right. Oh man, I don't know what that would be. Maybe martial arts ranged? Used to looking at a long distance and trying to judge something? If that makes sense.
He certainly can try. I don't have any of that ranged martial arts.
Let's do it. Pick a ring that you think makes sense. Kind of sussing out detail.
I guess I would choose Earth Ring for that. Oh, precision. Hold on. Patience, memory. Probably maybe from Earth for memory, to see if these are sort of creatures that he has fought before.
Sure. Something about the way they move or
their build, anything in that sense. So
I like that.
It's just gonna be 3 since I have 0
right.
martial arts ranged. Well, we got this. So 3 ring. Oh, okay, it can be 0. All right. Roll. I got 3 opportunity and a strife.
Okay. Not so much. So you kind of peer out again, kind of in this harsh moonlight, but they're almost just like shadows moving. It's hard to even perceive like what their movements even are, to translate them. Some of them look fluid, almost like they're just flowing over these rooftops. Some of them are running on 2 legs. Some of them are on all 4s, and they're quick, whatever they are. They blend with the shadow very easily. Obvious that they are practicing the art of ninjutsu. Okay.
Quick question. Do we have a pool of opportunity, or do we have to spend it the turn from which we have it?
I think it's with the roll that you have it. I think there are certain techniques and things that might allow you to kind of save dice, but they'll specifically say that, I believe.
Okay, I'll use with this. I'll use one of the opportunity to clear the strife so that I have.
Okay,
We're at 0 strife.
perfect.
We're cool as cucumber. We're doing it.
All right, I like it. Ikoma, it's your turn.
All right. Looking at this cheat sheet. Actually, I know we just had to kind of like identify that they're using ninjutsu, and I would maybe have a loose understanding that that's what this is. My question is, can I see someone like out in front or calling signals or maybe looks honorable?
You're looking for someone who looks honorable.
I want to challenge the leader.
Oh, I
put
see
my
what you
glory
mean.
at
Okay.
stake,
I thought you
my
were talking about
honor at
on your
stake,
side.
to beat
Okay.
the shit out of head
Um,
ninja.
So as of right now, there is no clear leader. If the leader is with them, then they are behaving exactly the same way, moving the same way.
So, I mean, realistically, it doesn't say have to target the leader. It just says
Okay.
if an opponent accepts. So ultimately, I'm
Interesting.
going to do this.
Okay.
You know, they have come to where, you know, Hida clan's courteous crab, and they dare befoul these city walls. I demand a challenge from the leader. I have to make a TN1 command check. Oh, it does say I have to target one creature at range of 0 to 5.
Okay.
Damn.
So again, I think that you could absolutely make this proclamation. But especially if you are seeking out someone who is honorable, you're probably not going to find them amongst the ninja.
I'm gonna take a movement action to get closer.
Okay. Just kind of close, similar to Kenji. Make some close the distance a bit.
Be up on a rooftop or what have you, I will do so.
Okay. Hell yeah.
And I will draw my weapon as well, my Tetsubo.
Okay. So yeah, you make your way up, a set of stairs as only a Crab Clan samurai can while you're drawing a Tetsubo. So if you would like, you can make the same kind of like perceptive check. So you could roll like a martial arts ranged with whatever ring you think makes sense. If you want to try to ID these things.
Can I petition tactics instead? As perhaps I'm aware of them doing this in some regard or fighting shadily. I've done battle with the shadow. Perhaps
True.
I have an understanding of what they're doing. Maybe not purely objective wise, but methodology.
Okay. Yeah, I'm good with that. It might not necessarily identify what they are or who they are, but maybe what their goal is.
Do I get any advantages for this? Okay. Wow, this is the best I have ever rolled. 2 successes, 1 advantage.
All right. So you can tell that with the way that they're moving and the paths that they're choosing, that they seem to be headed for the palace. They don't seem intent on engaging with your camp, if possible.
The barracks was just south, just below.
Yeah.
The cats, like they would have to come through this gap or like
yes,
this space of the city before getting to the castle.
Exactly, which is exactly why you're able to see them closer.
If any of them cross me, they're catching a Tetsubo to the chest. But from my vantage, as high as I can be, I would shout, "Rouse the palace! Their ambitions, the palace!"
Perfect. Okay.
I don't know I don't know what the action economy is like in this game. That's 2 actions, movement.
Yep. No, that's good. Okay, Ito, you're up.
All right. Now I will be using the horse bow. Can I also use the horse to close the distance?
Yeah, I think so. I don't
Okay.
imagine that your horse stays terribly far from where you are.
So I have martial arts ranged 2. I'm going to be, and then I also have a pelting hail style. A volley of arrows on the battlefield can be deadly, but most importantly, from a strategic standpoint, it can be terrifying to even the staunchest veterans. Even if only 1 in 10 shots finds its mark, the rattles the opponents and forces caution.
Yeah, absolutely.
All right, so that's what I plan on doing. So,
Does it let you re-roll dice for the check?
it says, where is it?
I think that's how a lot
When
of
you
them
make your
work.
martial arts check, you spend, I don't know, the same thing, the word.
Opportunity, probably.
I'm assuming. Choose a number of other characters at the range of 1 to 2, equal to it must be opportunity spent this way.
Yeah.
Each chosen character receives strife equal to the base damage of your weapon.
Oh wow. Okay. Cool.
All right, so new roll. So I've got a 3 ring, 2 for that. All right, let's see what we get here. Roll. Oh, well, it's not great. All right, let's see. 1 success, 2 opportunities, and no strife because I got 2 blanks, an opportunity, 2 opportunities, and a success.
Okay, and you can keep up to what, 3 because of your ring?
Yep, I got 2 blanks, so that's
Okay, perfect. So it's 1 success and
2
then
opportunity.
2 opportunity. Did you want to use your opportunities to cash in on your hail of arrows or whatever it was called? Hail of.
Yeah, whatever is gonna create the most damage or whatever.
Okay.
So however
So it's
that's
just the
gonna
1
work
point
the
of
best.
damage, and I think their armor is going to prevent them from taking injury from that. Yes, it will. But they will take the 2 points of strife, essentially, to their composure. Okay, and that lets you do that to how many of them?
Choose a
Something
number
about
other
nearby.
character. You may spend. Just says a number of other characters at range because it's
Okay.
like a hail. So
Okay.
as many as possible because it's kind of a barrage of arrows coming down. The oh shit arrows are coming down.
Right. Okay. Yeah, 2 of them that are near the one that is actually struck kind of, change their pattern, change where they're running to try to avoid being caught in your multitude of arrows that you're kind of like raining down on that spot. Okay, Guan.
Question, Jeremy. So I used fire stance to get my initiative roll. Would that be an action to change stances? Is that correct?
I think so. Yes.
Okay,
I think it
that's
takes your
totally
turn
fine.
to do so.
Then can I still take like a movement and support action if I do that or no?
Mhm.
Okay, perfect. So I think what Guan is going to do is, I imagine he kind of bursts out of his room at the very end of all this, kind of wiping the tears from his face. He sees what's going on, and he kind of looks up towards one of these shinobi, and he reaches for the katana on his back. And as he draws it, the blade almost looks lacquered, like it's covered in red lacquer. It almost looks wet as he says, "I am Guan, second of his name of the Dragon Clan. I wield the Akai Utadesu, the Red Song, and formidable allies stand beside me. You shall not pass!" And I am going to use slippery maneuvers, which means a number of creatures up to whatever can move 1 range band immediately towards a position containing terrain I can see. So I guess for I think probably Kenji and Ikoma. If you all want to move again, you can immediately move again to, I assume, get within melee of these baddies.
Oh.
And as Guan finishes making this proclamation, because this is a water thing, I can perform a second action on my turn that does not require a check or share a type with my first action. I'm just going to move again. So I will also take a double move.
Okay.
As he makes this proclamation, his face is like bone white. He is visibly sweating, but he is charging forward with this this red katana, the Akai Udadesu, in his hands towards the enemy.
All right, and that
Oh,
would
and
be
I am taking
enough
strife with that. Actually.
to launch Guan, Ikomi, and Kinji into closing distance, into melee with these creatures. So as a part of your next actions, once we get to that, just describe your character making it to the rooftops. All right. That was all of our PCs. All right. Now, as you are on the rooftop closing with these creatures, you can get a good, clear look at them. And you see goblins. Their piercing, animalistic eyes, their razor-sharp teeth, and you know deep down that these are Shinoblins.
Well played, sir.
I was
well
very
played.
pleased with myself, yes.
Excuse me, never swear like that again. What kind of language are you using here, Jeremy?
Puns. All right. So the Shinoblins are now going to go. All right. Let's figure out how this works. They're going to close with each of you who are on the rooftops. There are a number of them remaining. Let's see. So each one of you is going to have 2 that closes with you. So we'll just go in the same initiative order here. So Kinji will deal with the first 2 that close with you. They are brandishing ninjatos, so they're kind of short swords with large cross pieces. They are going to attack with assistance. So the first one is going to be attacking, the other one is going to be kind of distracting you. Okay, so they roll their martial and their air. They need a TN2 as well. Okay. And they can spend... Okay, oof. Alright, so he's got... He can only keep 3 dice, though, so he's going to have to keep that one back. He got an explosive success, and then another success. So that's 3 successes and an opportunity. His opportunity, he is going to spend, because he has assistance, to do Unsightly Rabble, which means that another target within range suffers 4 physical damage. Okay, so this first one, Kinji, as he is attacking you, he brings his ninjatsu low and kind of tries to stab you in the lower part of your gut, and is going to deliver 3 damage to you. So this is going to go to fatigue unless you can diminish it with your armor or some other way of defending.
So I have lacquered armor.
You should have like a physical rating with it.
Physical 4.
Okay, perfect. So the 3 does not bypass your armor.
Oh.
Because it has to be at least 4 damage to overcome it.
Ah.
So his ninjato clashes with your lacquered armor and is not able to find flesh beneath it. The other, however, with the assistance, is able to choose another target to suffer 4 physical damage. I think we're going to go with Ikoma. Ikoma, as you kind of peek the rooftop, all of a sudden there are several like glints of shining moonlight as shuriken are thrown at you. So you're going to suffer 4 damage. Likewise, you can
also have
resist.
lacquered armor, which is
Okay.
4.
You manage to turn your body in such a way that we hear the metal of these shuriken kind of kind of like just bounce off of the chitinous armor.
If
Go
I
ahead.
may.
Yeah, please.
I think I was actually probably running up like a stairwell that turned into like a 2nd-story door, and that railing, as Ikoma gets to the top, he like hops and he's like gonna go lunge up onto the roof, and as he does, his eyes breach, the edge of the roof, and I see those glints of metal, and I immediately tumble down, and you see the shuriken like ting 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 ting, like into the edge
hell yeah.
of the roof, and then I'd proceed to climb up onto the roof
Perfect.
to be attacked.
All right. Yeah. Ikoma, the two close with you. They're going to do a very similar tactic. This definitely seems to be the way that they have been trained. All right. Let's see. There's an opportunity. There's 2 opportunities. Successes and opportunity. Okay. All right. Let me see here. Okay. So 2 successes and an opportunity, but also a strife. All right, so I think maybe the one that threw the stars at you is maybe the one that's getting this strife. But 2 successes should still hit, and then this Ninjato deals 4 damage, plus any bonus successes, which he does not have any of. So still a lacquered armor of 4, so he's not able to find purchase through your armor, but he does have an opportunity. So the one that is assisting him is going to likewise throw some shuriken at Guan. So Guan,
Okay.
You have 4 physical damage coming at you.
Okay, can I soak 3 of that with my armor? Is that how that works?
Yes. Mm-hmm.
Okay, I have Ashigaru armor, so I'll soak 3 of that.
Perfect. Okay, so the remaining point then goes through to your fatigue.
Okay, understood.
So your armor manages to prevent most of it, but one of them does bury itself in your armor enough that you can feel a small prick against your skin that kind of went through. Okay. And then for you yourself, Guan, the 2 that close with you. Not super great. Well.
Oh.
Okay. Interesting. All right. So that's 3 successes and 2 strife. This creature drops its ninjato and closes with you, gnashing its teeth at you. It loses whatever training that it seems to have been given and goes feral. And it just kind of launches itself at you. So, because it is going to lose its composure, it's going to unmask itself, essentially. It's taken enough strife.
Spicy.
So, let's see. That is 1, 2, 3 damage, but the damage is 2. So that's 3 physical damage. So your armor manages to protect you against this onslaught of gnashing teeth. Okay. They're also going to fling shuriken. Oh, actually, no. One of them does have a yami. So it is going to fire this back at the archer on your side. So Yumi has damage of partial 2. Okay. Uh, 2 successes and okay. 2 successes is going to hit. This has a damage of 4 as well against you, Ito. You have lacquered armor also?
Yeah, the same. The Ashugara, physical 3.
Okay. So your armor will take 3 of that. 1 point will go through to your fatigue.
Okay. So just add 1 to the fatigue.
Correct. Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Those of you who are kind of in this zone, so at this point, everyone but Satomi, you actually see the one that stepped forward and did this is different. And actually looks like it could be the leader that Ikoma was looking for. You see a twisted looking goblin with a strange kind of growth on the side of his head that makes one of his eyes seem kind of out of position, almost sloped a bit. And he seems to glare down at Ito with a menacing smile. And snarls. Okay. That brings us to the end of the round. So back at the top, Satomi, you are first.
Perfect. And I see him.
So you see an individual. Yeah.
Yeah. And that was the one that attacked Ito as well, right?
Correct. Yep.
Yeah.
Just shot your
Okay.
brother.
So I'm going to now focus my attention on that one, the one with the beautiful eyes, and I'm going to use my skill called One with Elements to make. It says once per scene, when making the check to activate an invocation technique, before I roll the dice, I can reduce the TN of the check by my school rank. My school rank is 3, so I'm going to reduce this by 3. I'm going to do Fury of Asano Wo, which normally would be a TN 5, but reducing it, it's going to be a TN 2. I'm still in my fire stance, and I will roll for this. Oh, please be good numbers. Okay. 2. Oh, I will take the strife for this. That's fun. Okay, so that's 3 successes with 2 strife, each strife being an additional success. So that's 5 successes.
Okay. Over the 2 that you needed. So
I needed 2, so this is 3. So what happens is Satomi basically focuses her attention on that goblin, and with this harsh guttural word and a flinging of her hands down, a lightning strike smites that particular goblin. Yeah, so he will suffer supernatural damage equal to my fire ring plus 3 times my bonus successes. So I had 3 bonus successes, so that's 9 plus 3. He's taking 12 supernatural damage.
Jesus.
By it. If he is incapacitated by this damage, he will suffer a critical strike with a severity of 8.
So he takes, all right. It was 12 total, right?
Yeah, 3 times 3 is 9 plus 3 is 12. Yep.
Okay. His armor does give him a supernatural resistance. However, it is only of 1. So he is still taking 11 points, which is absolutely enough to cause him to run out of endurance.
Run out of endurance.
So I believe
My
that
brain.
moves him into incapacitated.
Yeah, so he's going to suffer a critical strike with severity of 8. I don't know what that means, but he gets it.
8. Permanent injury.
Yes.
The character suffers the bleeding condition, then chooses one scar of the following disadvantages for the ring they used for their check to resist. There's supposed to be a resistance? I don't think there's any resistance to that.
And this one, he doesn't have a resistance check.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Yeah, so... Oh my god, wow. So one of the recommendations is Lost Eye. And I don't think I could find a more perfect point to institute that for a character. So yeah, I think the lightning struck and hit him right where this mutation, this growth, what have you, is this kind of bulge on the side of his head is, and he is lying on the floor, writhing in pain.
Perfect.
Wow.
And then I want to move. Okay, so the rest of these creatures are on top of the roofs with the people, right? Like with
Yes.
Ikomi and Kenji and Guan, and Ito's down on the ground, right? Or
Yes, he's on his horse.
yeah, okay. So I whereabouts are the Shugenja that are supposed to be doing this ritual?
You left them back at the palace.
Yeah, so they're heading, these creatures on the top of the roofs are heading that way, right?
Right, but you are
Yeah.
kind of like, you ran towards the upper city. Here, I'll switch
Yeah.
to the town defense. Okay. So, where's my zones here? So you were running from the purple area down to the orange area where they are
We
kind
are
of
not
located.
seeing that.
Yeah, nothing changed.
Oh, I guess I'm in studio mode. That's why.
I think at that point
Mobile.
also Ito's gonna like whip around looking up, knowing where it was coming from, and is gonna go, I fucking got it.
Sorry, so I was running from the purple towards
Uh-huh.
the orange, right?
Right.
But now all those guys are running back towards the purple, right? On the
Right.
roofs.
They're in the orange currently, making their way towards the purple.
Yeah, I'm going to frantically look around for Jibuna, but I also know I have to protect those people. You can see like Satomi's composure is falling. She's a little bit more rattled right now, but I'm going to run back, I guess, from where I was heading. I'm running back towards where the Shugenja would be sleeping or staying, because I need to protect them. I don't want to go too far. I want to be able to still see those creatures on the rooftops, but I want to get back because that's where they're heading. So I'm going to move back. Yeah.
So yeah, at this point you were still kind of attacking from a considerable distance. So yeah, you can basically just more or less kind of stop where you are, back up a little, and you're between where they are and the palace.
Yeah, I kind of want to leave myself, I guess, wide open in a courtyard because I want to have full visibility of the rooftops around me, but also full access to all my things and be able to fling them. Yeah. So I know I'll be vulnerable, but that's where I choose to be.
Got it. Okay, Kinji.
Sorry, I was rocking out to the playlist. It was really loud. I had to turn down. Okay. So there's two goblin or shinoblins. Shinoblins?
Yeah, exactly.
In front of Kenji, right? He's made it to the rooftop. He kind of like bound up another flight of stairs to cut them off after Guan sort of gave that rallying cry. He just was like kind of smirked a little. I was like, okay. Then just ran up the stairs. But both his katana and wakizashi are both still sheathed. And as he got up the stairs, like you said, the one slashed across and it like off his armor, and like as he kind of moved back and it like glanced, he like immediately knowing that it didn't damage him, he like with his katana, he grabs the hilt and immediately goes, and I guess I should roll to see if I even attack. But I'm going to use the Aijutsu cut rising blade technique.
Oh, mm-hmm.
So I need to make, so as an action using one sheathed razor-edged weapon, I make a TN3 martial arts melee check, targeting something between 0 and 1. So I will make the TN. So I'm using fire stand still. So I would still,
sure.
Is it just the skill dice then? Or is it everything? Like fire and martial arts for that?
So yeah, you would have 2. You said you had a 2 in fire or 3?
I have 4 in fire.
4 in fire. Okay, so you'll have 4 black dice,
and
then however many martial melee dice that you have.
I have 4.
Then you'll have 4 black dice and 4 white dice, and then you will get to keep a number of dice equal to your ring. So 4 of those dice.
Okay.
If you are in fire stance, then you can also count your strife as additional successes.
Really?
Correct.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. I got 3 explosive successes with 3 strife and a regular success. So that's 10 successes in fire stance.
Okay. Good grief. Yeah, you obliterate this shinoblin. What does that look like?
Because, yeah, you draw and ready the sheathed weapon in one-hand grip. If you succeed, you deal physical damage to the target equal to the weapon's deadliness. Your target cannot defend this damage if they're compromised. So in one go, Kenji grabs his Ryu no Kiba, Fang of the Dragon, katana, and he just, in one sort of like almost cutting uppercut, this shinoblin from gut up to neck, as it does like the spray of that black blood, and it just kind of like even flings it away with the amount of ferocity that he strikes this creature, and then readies it to attack the second goblin, in showing just that show of force to the other shinoblin of like, that's you next. Very cunning, and just like levels his blade towards that other shinoblin, because we do an action and a movement and then a skill, correct? Okay.
So yeah, you get a move and an action type in a round.
Okay.
So you can see the other shinoblins that are close. Their slitted pupils narrow, dilate, as they kind of slink half a step back, not quite sure that they want to engage you face to face. Okay. Ikoma, your turn. You're muted.
After lunging up onto this roof, we see Ikoma taking out this large metal studded club that kind of drapes across his shoulders. He loosely holds the end of the handle with his right hand, kind of holding it low on his back. I am definitely going to use a technique attack action, striking as earth. So I got to attack. And I can spend my, I think that's or no, my advantage in a special way. So Earth Stance, melee is 3 and 4. Sorry, dice rollers online.
Nope, you're good.
All right, I can keep 3 dice. Okay, 2 success, 1 advantage. No strife.
2 successes is what you need to bypass. So what is the damage of this?
With my Tetsubo, the damage is 7.
7?
Yes.
Okay. Their scavenged armor has a physical rating of 2, so that's still going to be 5 damage that goes through, which is more than the endurance that these guys have. So what does that look like?
I think kind of like lazily, almost like the comical, like I've got my left arm kind of like held up in like I almost imagine like narratively, I don't have the chest of my lacquered armor on. It's just like the legs as we kind of rush to get out here. And so I have my arm kind of draped over the handle of my Tetsubo, and this Shinoblin lunges, and in a feint, I kind of use the momentum of a pirouette and smash him into the tiles of this this roof with my club, and it's just the sound of shattering tiles, screeching Shinoblin, and metal plates smashing together.
Absolutely. I think you actually even put him through the roof with the weight of this strike. He just falls into whatever interior of the building is below you.
And on top of that, I can spend my advantage to treat my physical resistance as 1 higher until the beginning of my next turn with my striking as earth technique.
Oh, nice. Okay, so yeah, that makes it a
plant both
5?
my feet square with my shoulders. Yeah, I'm fucking tough right now.
Okay, hell yeah. That's not bad for having your titties out. All right. Koma, Ito, you're up. You're muted, Greg. Nope, now you're muted in Zoom. It might have been your headset that was muted before.
All right, can you hear me?
There we go. Yep.
All right. So yeah, since Sis like exploded the one in front of me, can you tell me what I'm seeing now?
Absolutely. So you are still on horseback with your bow drawn on the ground. You see all of this playing out on the rooftops above you. You saw this strange looking goblin that just got blasted with this lightning bolt, and there are a number of them remaining. It looks like maybe half a dozen or so of these Shinoblins that are in various stages of engagement with your compatriots on the rooftop above you.
Okay, so I in range, not melee.
Correct. Yep.
Okay, so I will do I will do the same thing with the where to go, the pelting hail style, to make sure that any that are approaching it's 1-on-1 instead of like allowing them to get 3 or 4-on-1
Okay.
of my. So basically
Excellent.
shooting them to keep them back so that they're not overwhelmed.
Okay. Hell yeah.
So, whoop, ouch, sassafras. Down here. All right, so these dice, they roll 3 and 2 again. All right, 3 successes.
All right. So
3 successes and 1 strife.
okay, so make sure to record the strife. You only needed the 2 successes to hit, so that is a bonus success.
Oh, wait a minute. I don't.
Go ahead.
Which one's the strife? Oh, it's a success with the strife. Okay. All right. So I got to keep that one. All right.
I see. Yeah, you always
So,
get the
yeah.
choice. Is up to a number of
Oh, wait.
dice
No,
equal to your ring.
maybe not, because I did have an exploding success.
Okay, so yeah, you want to roll that same die type again and see, and you can choose to keep that independently of your normal number of kept dice.
Okay. So roll. Oh. So I just roll that one other dice.
Mhm.
Is that a ring dice that I'm?
It's the same kind that gave you the exploding success.
Okay, so that was a skill dice. All right. Let's see if that one's any better. Oop. All right. Oh, a success with the opportunity. So I'll take the strife away and give myself a second success with a opportunity, or 3 successes with an opportunity.
Okay, perfect. So, 3 successes, like I said, that is enough to hit. What is the damage listed for your horsebow?
Oh, let's see. That is 4/5. Oh, that's the deadliness part. So 4.
Okay, there are only soaks 2, so there'll be 2 that goes through. So that is enough to damage him, but not kill him outright.
And that was with the pelting thing.
Right, pelting as hail or hail.
Yeah, to unnerve them.
Okay. They need to make
add 2 strife.
2 strife. Okay.
Yeah, so each chosen character receives strife equal to the base damage of your weapon. So no, that's 3 then.
Oh damn! All right.
No, 4. So they get 4 strife.
Wow.
Take
Okay.
that.
So, yeah. Likewise, that has caused them to kind of become more feral, and in fact, yeah. In fact, 2 of them cut and run entirely. They start making their way back towards the lower city. Okay. 1.
So I think Guan's ascent to the rooftops was not nearly as graceful as Kenji and Ikoma's. I imagine it was much more like just running upstairs, maybe like little hops here and there, but then he came face to face with these 2 Shinoblins. I think as that more feral one kind of lunged towards him, having its composure broken, I think there's this weird moment of it's almost empathy, because I think in these yellow eyes, although this thing is a Shadowlands tainted monster, touched by Fulang and Jigoku, Guan sees the fear and he feels that fear in his stomach, in his gut. So as he takes a little bit of damage from, I think it was one of their blades, he kind of shrinks back in on himself, and then he is going to use a EI Jutsu crossing blade as he grabs the wakizashi that is hanging from his back and kind of tucks the red song under his other arm, and then he forms an X with his blades and he slices into the one that just bit him, hoping to end its life and its fear. So I got an explosive success that led to another explosive success that led to 2 more explosive success and a
my
strife
God.
and another success. So with this,
Jesus.
I deal. Yeah, it was stupid.
Y'all are
Honestly,
monsters.
it was a story. So basically, this is going to deal the deadliness for the Wakizashi, which is 5,
Right.
plus 1 additional for every bonus success beyond the 2 that I need for the EI Jutsu. So that is a total of 8 points of physical damage, which I think you said their armor reduces that by 3, so it should be 5
2.
points. Oh, by 2.
Yeah.
Okay, so then 6 points of physical damage.
Jesus.
To
Yeah.
that one.
You will absolutely end his fear and his life.
Yeah, I imagine as Guan kind of flicks the blade off of his Wakizashi, he looks to the second one and says, "Fly, you fool. Just fly." And that will be the end of his turn. I guess, yeah, he'll stay. He won't move, because I know with water I could take another movement action, but I think he's good where he's at.
Okay. 2 of them ran, which means that there is only 2 of them left. Okay. Their leader is down. He's incapacitated, so there's nothing that he is currently doing. These other 2 that are remaining do fall back. As they're doing so, they produce something from their kind of like their sash belt of their clothing, something kind of roundish and matte colored black. And they fling these, one at Kinji, one at Ikoma. These things sail through the air, and we as the audience see momentarily that they are chicken eggs that have been colored with soot. And they smash on your face masks, on your helmets. And then there is sparkling moon dust that fills the area where they just smashed against your face. So they are going to make a roll. 1, 3. That is 2 successes and a strife. I don't think they're worried about strife currently. On Kinji and Koma. Explosive success. Strife. Okay. So these are based on a real thing that Ninja used. It is not moon dust. It's powdered glass. Both of you have just gotten powdered glass blasted in your faces as these chicken eggs have shattered on your masks. Both of you are going to take 1 point of physical damage, so your armor will absorb that. However, you both now have the blinded disadvantage. As you start to blink, this powdered glass rakes across your eyes, causing you extreme amounts of pain. Kinji, you take 2 strife. Ikoma, you take 3 strife. Apparently you got it a little worse. The blinded disadvantage.
In Earth stance, my opponent cannot spend advantage to inflict me with conditions. Does that apply
Opportunity?
to this? Yeah.
Okay, so his opportunity is what he was spending to cause you the strife, so then you would not take the strife, I guess.
Eat shit.
Is that the way that reads?
It just says, it says specifically, others cannot spend opportunity to inflict critical strikes or conditions.
Critical strikes or what?
Conditions.
Conditions, okay. Okay, so
If
then
that
you would
doesn't
take the
apply.
3 strife, but not the blinded disadvantage then.
Perfect.
So you must have like saw it coming at the last minute, turned your head, had a little bit, more robust of a helmet or something, and managed to avoid getting this into your eyes. Okay, blindness is on 118 of the PDF, the book. Kenji, suddenly the world is lost in red and pain, and the worst part about it is that every time you blink, which is almost involuntarily, it causes it to get worse. This is excruciating.
I don't
But-
like this.
We're not out of it yet. So,
And that's how you die.
Arguably the worst place to be blinded is on a roof. A tile roof.
yeah. Okay, Satomi, you're up. There are 4 of them that remain, and they are currently falling back, fleeing.
Are they still within range band 3 for me?
2 of them would be, yes.
2 of them would be? Okay. I will then add the 2 of them that are still within range. I will try to shoot out some more fire and catch them with it, with my fires from within.
Okay.
Okay, not lots of exploding. I need a TN3. Okay, so I gotta keep that one and that one. And okay, and then okay, so 1, 2, I did not get the third. I did not get the third, so the strife, I believe, only matters if I succeed.
Okay, but you still got 2
I
successes,
did,
right? Oh, you
yeah, but I
needed
needed
3.
3.
Oh, I see. Okay.
Yeah, 3. So, what am I? Do I get to spend opportunity, even if I fail? Or does it, do I have to
think so,
succeed?
yeah, because I think the strife and everything like that still goes through. Unless you choose not to keep those dice, kind of thing.
Then I will.
I think you always have to choose to keep 1. I think.
I have to keep the one that I had the exploding with the strife, so then I'm
Okay.
going to take those 2. So I'm sorry. So sorry.
You're good.
There's so many things here. So if I fail, okay. Fire. I think what I will do is use one of them. So because I didn't make the rule, I'm keeping 2 opportunities and the
Mhm.
exploding success with strife. So one of the opportunities I'm going to use, in case this matters, to reduce the TN of the next attack action check that I make by 1. This effect will persist until the end of my next turn. So if I get another turn, then my TN will be 1 less. And I think I will just use the other one. I will use the other one to negate the strife that was on the die. So
Okay. So you fire these
2,
shots.
Yeah, they go wide.
Yeah. Striking the rooftop, but not finding targets as well as it did the first time around.
Yeah.
Okay. Kinji, it is your turn.
So, there's definitely going to be sort of a cry of aggravation, obviously of anger, like how dare these creatures do such a dishonorable tactic, but also
Mhm.
there's glass in my eyes.
Yeah. Yep.
So, um, I'm gonna be real. I don't really know what to do in this situation other than blindly swing in front of me.
That's fair.
In the sense to maybe he'll, let me read Indomitable Will real quick. It's not. Well, I can always choose to stand my ground. He's even faced with unattainable odds, supernatural terrors. So I guess when performing a check to see if you keep your cool with dealing danger, you may reroll up to 2 of those dice. But do I have to be in the Earth stance to do that, or is this just?
I don't believe so.
Okay. I think yes, he might be furious and might be in pain, but combat fighting in the sense of danger, right, is not something that he is to lose his cool, so he might try to center himself and sort of maybe not feel, but like this creature's in front of me somewhere.
Yes. Yeah.
So he is going to try to use his hearing, use his I guess that really to kind of
Yeah.
sense a distance of this creature and then just try to attack.
Okay.
Probably no special techniques or anything. He's just going to grab Ryo no Kiba with 2 hands and just kind of center himself for a moment and just kind of make the bestest guess he can and strike while he sees nothing but darkness and glass.
Absolutely. Okay. So
So
go
that-
ahead and roll up your attack.
So it'd be fire 4, martial arts 4 again.
Okay, I need to find
Fire.
fire.
We'll go with. Okay. I'm gonna go with explosive success strife with an opportunity and 2 more successes. So
Okay.
that'd
You
be
also have to, I don't know if you did that, because you're blinded, you have to re-roll
That's what I
2
was
of
looking
your,
for.
2 of your either successes or critical successes. You have to re-roll 2 of the dice with them.
Right. So the blindness
Might have-
condition forces on you.
I have to write this down then. This is sure. Okay. Well, I can use a strife because I'm in fire stance.
Mhm.
So I'm not gonna re-roll the critical success strife because that's technically 3 successes. So I'll just re-roll. Hold on. Let me make sure I apologize. Critical
All good.
success. Strife. That was 1 dice. I have 2 successes and an opportunity. We'll keep that. Let me go back to rolling. Do something else. Reroll some dice. That didn't work. Hold on. Do something else. Reroll some dice. We're gonna reroll these 2 dice. I think that rerolled to a success and a success with a strife.
Oh, okay. So not too bad.
So not
Kinji
1,
is managing
2,
to
3.
kind of grin and bear it, as it were, as best he can. Still needed 2 successes in order to actually hit. So you managed to do so with some bonus successes. So what is the damage of your weapon?
So depending on if I've hit the deadly. So a katana would be 4. Wielding it in 2 hands. Deadly was 5, but within 2 hands, deadly is +2. So it's either 4 regular damage or 5 with. Don't know how we hit deadly. I mean, like Rising Strike said, you hit deadly, like when you hit it. So it would be 7 damage. So.
Okay. Regardless, it's enough to take one of these guys down.
Okay.
So, in your blind rage, you still manage to close with the one that just smashed this egg in your mask and cut him down. You can describe what it looks like.
I imagine that this Shinoblin, after he threw it, and Kenji, like, like winces back, is like kind of growling, like wincing in like sort of this fury. It's like snickering, like it got one over, and it like maybe goes to pull out another blade, but then Kenji like steals himself and he like grabs, Ryo no Hiba, and he just kind of like sits there for a second, and then he senses that this goblin is going to come at him from where he was, and just makes just that calculated strike, knowing the length of his blade, knowing where his enemy was, and strikes through and probably cuts it down at an angle, trying to hit the most clearance of. Goblin is in this direction, and just sort of another one of those just shoulder to abdomen, just giant cuts. And knowing that he hit flesh and sinew and muscle and just cleaved right through him again, and then just goes back to sort of rubbing his eyes after he knows the goblin is in his death throes.
Absolutely. All right, Ikoma. 3 of them remain, trying to run.
How far are they from me?
2 of them are range 2. One of them is range 1. The one that
So,
just
like,
threw an
range
egg
one
at
is
you.
like I can move and attack.
Correct. Mm-hmm.
Then I will do that. I don't. Is there like a cost for using techniques, or you could just run that shit over and over again?
Yeah, from my understanding, you just do it over and over again.
God damn. Okay. Hold on, let me pull my other one back up because I like it better. Thank God for Control F. I am going to attack Earth style, martial arts melee. That kind of sucks. 1 success, 2 opportunity, which is not enough to hit.
It will not.
What does this do? Okay, perfect. As I charge, Tetsubo in hand, we almost get like the overlay of the watercolor paintings, and kind of similar to like the traditional wave that we see in media all the time. This is an avalanche, as I engage in the rushing avalanche style. Even on a failure, I can, as long as it's a melee arts, martial arts melee with a blunt weapon, I can spend my opportunity in the following way. If you fail with a shortfall of 2 or less, your target suffers physical damage equal to your ranks and fitness. So I don't know if that happens twice because I have 2 opportunity, or if I can only spend it once. Either way, you would take damage in.
I think it has to say the opportunity symbol with a plus next to it if you can do it repeatedly.
Well, then if not, you still take 2 damage.
2 damage. Okay.
Which I
That
don't
is
even know
enough for
what that is.
his armor to deflect, so it won't kill him. But you absolutely like run him down and slam it onto his back. He kind of rolls with the impact, and then is up on his feet, or on all fours, even kind of like sprinting away as fast as he can. Okay, Ito.
Actually, hold on. I'm in
Oh.
Earth stance, so I'll spend my other one to increase my armor to 5.
Okay, excellent. Ito.
Okay. Are there any more attacking Kenji?
No, the only two that are remaining, or
Are
three, no,
fleeing?
3 that are remaining are fleeing.
Okay. I think the honorable thing to do would probably be to help Kenji off the roof since he's blind, and
Mhm.
take my water. I'll try to take my water up there and get the shit out of his eyes.
Okay. So you make your way up to where Kinji is with the intent to
Yeah.
try to rid him of this affliction.
Tell him it's me before I get there, since he's
Right.
just swinging.
I was gonna say, Kenji's like, "Hey."
Just swinging his sword around.
Yeah, it's Ito. Stand still. Don't swing.
Guan.
Close your eyes. And then take my water out and go. Okay, open them, and I'll try to flush his eyes the best I can.
It is. It's not pretty. There's a lot of damage that has been done. I would imagine that there's blood in addition to whatever his eyes watering would be producing.
It's okay. You look great.
All right, Guan.
So I know they're retreating. How, like in bands, how far away is the other one that was attacking Guan? Because I know Guan killed one, and then the other one started to run.
Yep. There are 2 that are range 2 currently, and 1 that is a range 1.
Okay, he will go to the one that is range 1, and he will change stance to Earth stance. He will also attempt striking as Earth with the Akai Utadesu, the red song. I think it's just like a very simple like stab. He kind of plants his feet, like we've seen Akoma do a few times. Pre-rolled, I got an explosive success into another explosive success, so we're good on all that. However, I don't think that gives me anything fancy because there were no opportunities. So
Okay.
that is going to be 4 damage, 4 physical damage with the one-handed katana.
Okay. 2 will go through.
Okay.
I think that was the one that Ito had actually injured but was not dead yet, so that would actually kill him.
Okay. Yeah, I imagine the red song, this ancient but somehow immaculate looking blade just kind of punches into this Shinoblin's face, and the blade just pokes out the other end, still looking like it's glistening with red lacquer, as Guan rips it out and kind of kicks the Shinoblin corpse down onto the rooftop. I don't think I get anything else fancy for being in Earth stance, apart from enemies can't spend opportunities. So yeah, I think he'll just start to kind of, from a roleplay perspective, just move towards poor Kenji, keeping an eye out on the remaining like 1 or 2 Shinoblins, and that'll be it for him.
Okay. They continue to retreat, going from range band 2 to range band 4. They are doing nothing but concentrating on trying to get out of here. Is there going to be an attempt by anyone to try to chase them down?
You said they're still at 4? I think
They
I
are
can still hit
currently,
them with
yeah.
the bow. Can I try again?
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, let's rain some hell down in a fuck you guys kind of way. All right, let's see. Hey, 3 successes and an opportunity.
All right. Definitely would only take 2 to hit, so that'll be an extra. What is the damage on your bow again?
4, 5, I think. 4.
Okay.
Uh,
So 2 will get
yeah,
through
4.
on him. It'll
And then
it'll
deadliness
wound
is
this
5.
guy. Okay. But it won't kill him. What is the range on your bow?
2 to 4.
Okay. So then the next turn that they get, they would be out of range then. Okay, so one of them is damaged, one of them is injured, and the other one is uninjured, but they both managed to slip away. Okay.
Oh, don't
So-
forget their strife too.
Yes. There's at least
Okay.
one of them that is stressing the fuck out. Okay. So I think we are going to go ahead and take our break there. So combat has just finished. The leader of the goblins is incapacitated at the moment. We'll figure out what's going to happen with him whenever we get back. And then see the second part of the second session of Legend of the One Ring. So sit tight. We will be right back after a 10-minute break and see what happens then. Welcome back, everyone. This is the second part of the second session of Legend of the One Ring. This is our L5R and Lord of the Rings mashup game. We have just finished a failed ambush by the Shadowlands and their leader. While they might have expected some resistance, they did not expect the kind of resistance that was presented by our 5 samurai that were in waiting here in the ruined city of Hoshijosai. The entirety of the Shinoblin force has been decimated or turned, including the leader, who has been incapacitated and is entirely at your mercy at this point. So poor Kinji is trying to wash the remainder of this powdered glass from his eyes with the help of Ito. The rest of you are left to determine what you're going to do with this lone goblin.
I think Guan, somewhat reluctantly, after making sure the red song is clean, he's going to sheathe his blade but keep his wakizashi out. And he'll start walking over to the goblin, maybe looking to you, Ikoma, and say, I imagine it is perhaps not customary to keep a creature touched by the shadow alive, but considering, kind of looks at like its slightly nicer armor and equipment, considering this creature's appearance, I think it might behoove us to at least see if it knows anything before we dispatch of it. And we should dispatch of it, just not right away. And he will continue to kind of stride towards it with his wakizashi still out, still dripping with Shinoblin blood.
I'd be so bold as to assume that, like, I'm actually standing with, like, one boot on the creature's shoulder.
Sure.
And the usual, it's not happy-go-lucky, enthused, perhaps, demeanor on Ikoma's face is briefly kind of overtaken by a scowl, and it returns at the mention of taking a prisoner. Oh, it does know something, and I'll, like, step harder on it. The likelihood
of
of telling us
squeals.
anything is a different matter entirely.
Well, we shall see. Yeah, I imagine with the squeal, it's sort of woken up. Guan will kind of kneel down beside it, kind of place the wakizashi, like not at its throat, but very close. And I think there is this mixture of disgust and pity on this man's face as he looks down at this creature, and he'll just very quietly say, your life is forfeit, but we can make this a quick death or a slow, painful one. I know what I would prefer were I in your shoes. Tell us everything you can about the forces that have flooded out from the Shadowlands that threaten Hoshijosai. Speak quickly, and your life will be ended quickly.
This creature looks up at you, obviously in pain. The side of its body that was struck with the lightning is smoldering, sizzling, burnt, and he looks at you, not really so much as in fear, but more just in pain. He says, the tides of darkness will flow over you and this city. There is no stopping it.
Who leads this tide of darkness?
Mohatsukai no Tetsuye.
Does that name sound familiar?
It probably does.
Okay. Wahatsukai no Tetsuye?
For your character's information, I'll let you each decide whether you have heard this or not. This is our analog of the Witch King of Angmar. This was once a great and noble daimyo warrior who notoriously fell to the dark. But this is like ancient history.
Do the histories mention what clan he was from?
This would have been like before clans, like before the Empire.
Got it. I think Guan's eyes will widen just a fraction, then he'll look up to you, Ikoma, to see if there's any recognition on your face, maybe behind your face mask, if you're reacting in any way to this name.
I don't think there's any visible reaction, no.
What did he say? Who?
Wahatsukai
From the rooftop.
Wahatsukai no Tetsuye! Come down here if you want to hear the goblin or the shinoblin better.
Perhaps you should grab Satomi.
That is not a terrible idea. Tell me, creature, before I do this, how many legions of the lost march beneath this dread Wahatsukai?
More shadows than there are stars in the skies.
Well, that is not very helpful. All right.
Your armor, your blades, your souls will all be black. You will march with us, new stars to add.
Are you satisfied?
Let us allow the Shugenja to have her turn. Her brother is
I'm gonna,
right.
I'm gonna kick him.
That is a good idea. Yeah, and he'll stand up. Imagine his knees both pop. He's like, ugh, and he'll kind of hobble over to where Satomi is.
And
Satomi.
he gets a broad mailed boot to the side of his smoldering body.
Yeah, he absolutely winces.
Don't kill him, Crab Clan. Not yet. Soon.
Only
Not
make
yet.
him wish to be as such.
Satomi, don't make me walk all the way over there.
Ito, can you please help me off this roof? I would really like to not be on this roof right now.
Well, how did you get up here? There's no ladder.
There should have been stairs.
Ah, there they are. There they are. Yes, follow me.
Thank you. Yes.
It definitely takes
Hand on
some
his
doing. Yeah, a little bit of guidance. But you are able to guide the blind man down off the roof.
Stop blinking. You're making it worse.
I'm not blinking.
God, can you imagine how hard it would be to not blink?
What's up?
So could you imagine how hard it would be to not blink? To like force yourself to not blink
sucks so bad.
when you have something in your eye?
I have had I used to be a machinist, and
I think I know where this is going.
I have had bits of metal that have maybe have gotten in my eye, not like stuck in my eye. And you just do this, and you just by force of will, you just keep it closed for a while, and then you go in the bathroom and do one of these, and you.
I agree, Jeremy.
Yep. There's certain things that just kind of get to you.
Yeah, Kenji's just like
Eye stuff
this.
is worse. It's the
He's
worst.
like hand on Ito's shoulder, and it's just kind of like, where are the healers? Where just give this like. But
okay. Satomi, meanwhile, you are being beckoned for. Are you heading to where they have this poor creature held against his will?
No, because if I go there, I would probably hurt it a lot.
Okay.
So I'm not.
It is clear that Satomi is not answering your call.
I'm more worried about Kenji and Ito, because Ito's been hurt. Kenji is hurt. Does Kenji have other wounds beside, like, did he take fatigue?
Yeah,
During that battle? Nope.
the only reason I was saying that is your whole shadow arts stuff. Maybe you understand what he's saying. But like, I don't
know my
understand what
shadow arts.
I don't know what. I have no clue what this goblin's talking about. Ask her. She knows. She like plays with wizard stuff.
Plays with wizards. Is a coma hurt? Did he take fatigue? No. Okay, so the two obvious people are Ito and Kenji. Okay. Not much I can do for Kenji, I'm sorry. I could give you trance, make you feel better, but that's about it.
Uh-oh.
I checked all of my skills. I can't fix blindness.
Do you have anything that lowers strife?
Yeah, well, we'll get to that when
Okay.
downtime.
Okay, got it.
Okay.
Yeah, I think if it seems like Satomi is not going to respond, Guan will just look to you, Akoma, and say, unless you can think of anything, young Crab Clan, I think we might as well just end this creature's suffering.
You can let Gimbagasu go.
I don't think so. And he'll look to Akoma.
You're muted, Baron.
Classic.
I hate this shit. Ikoma kneels and finds the smoldering remains of this Shinoblin's weapon. He places it in his inoperable hand and folds it across his chest. And loud enough for you to hear, Guan, I would never strike down an opponent who was not wielding a weapon. And like just as briefly, Wakazashi crosses his throat and is cleaned with like a swift gesture and resheathed as he bleeds out in front of me.
He gurgles for a few moments and then grows silent and still.
Standing.
Very nicely done, Ikoma.
I would just shout to the general populace of the soldiers, clean this one up. And I would stand and rejoin your company, Guan. I would kind of nod in response to what you said. We are not them.
If only more people shared your sentiments, Ikoma. And I think he'll probably just accompany Ikoma to, I assume we're going to join the other three wherever they're at as they're descending the rooftops, unless we were heading towards the palace or elsewhere.
Yep. So you are out of combat, out of the skirmish. You have defeated the Shinoblins and Gimbagasu the Vigilant. So we're going to enter downtime, the aftermath of what happened, how your characters are going to be dealing with that, etc., etc. And what I need as a part of this is for each one of you to also roll a shadow weakness check against Curse of Vengeance.
Can you remind me how to do that?
I absolutely can. So, you're going to make a...
It's like meditation.
I think you can use, whatever skill really makes sense. Meditation definitely is one of those. Let me...
Jeremy, before we get to that, can I, as Ito is bringing Kenji down off the roof, I've gone over there and I'd like to put my hand on Ito's back. And as I do so, I'm doing Path to Inner Peace. Oh, well, that's a lovely roll. We're going to keep that and that. And that. Okay, so I get to keep 3 dice. Okay. Okay, so Ito, as I touch your back, you feel a warmth and calmness. Like it's almost like a soothing of let's say um like river water on a hot summer day kind of soothes you. And you remove fatigue equal to 3 from me. From you, sorry, if up to 3. Plus, I will use one of the opportunity I got to also remove um, the strife. 1 strife. It's only 1, unfortunately. And I gain a strife for that. Okay, and now you can go do the downtime stuff.
All right, excellent. So during the downtime, when you're making this shadow weakness check, the way that works is you're going to make a check as normal. So you're going to build, ring plus skill, roll that, determine how many dice you're keeping, and the TN of what you're looking for is that particular shadow weakness. So in this case, the Curse of Vengeance, whatever you have in that particular weakness, plus your current shadow points, which for Ikoma is 2. That's the TN that you're looking for. If you fail, you get an additional shadow point and you gain strife equal to the new total of your shadow points.
I can go ahead and go because I succeeded on my meditation check. And then because I know we're going into further downtime activities, we'll have the opportunity to make additional checks as needed, kind of as we go into this downtime. Is that correct? Is that kind of how you want to handle it?
Yes. Mm-hmm.
Okay, perfect. Yeah, so I think kind of in the aftermath of the fight, Guan is again trying to keep up the appearance and the bravado of someone who, yeah, this is no big deal. It's just Shadowlands. Who cares? But I think he feels the exhaustion. Like, although he did very well during the fight, I think his mask is on the verge of slipping. So he takes some time to sequester himself in the coming hours before we are all called together back to the palace, I imagine, to meditate. And I think, again, he lays that kind of silver swordsmith's hammer's charm that hangs around his neck out in front of him and just prays to this kami. And he just says, "Thank you, Kanayago Kami, for guiding me through that fray, but I am not sure how much more I can take. The darkness is all around us, but I know I must remain strong so that I may be reunited with you in your celestial forge soon, very soon." And he will focus on that image, grounding himself through the power of the earth. And he got 2 successes. One was an explosive success with a strife. Got an opportunity. I'll knock out the strife. So 2 successes. My TN is 2 because I have 1 in Curse of Vengeance and then 1 shadow point.
Anyone else?
I'm gonna need a second. I'm
Yeah,
trying to figure
absolutely.
out.
I can go. I think there is a analogous scenario, Ikoma trying to meditate, but there is a beneath, the stoic resolve of his face, there's a smolder fire of vengeance. I failed, and I took 1 strife in the process.
So,
and then on top of that, I'll also be taking my new total, which I think is
correct.
3.
3, okay. So Ikoma goes from a 2 to a 3. So then, yes, you'll take 3 additional strife.
So I'm at 4 strife. And then I know it's at the end of the scene you can resolve strife, like we just did. So I imagine we'll do our downtime and then I can resolve, or is downtime
Yes.
the ass end of her yet? Okay.
Yeah. I think there's downtime stuff that you can do to further help reduce Strife?
Yeah, I've got something I can do.
Yeah,
to help.
engaging
Well,
with
I
your
mean,
Just
if
help some
it's
people.
ninja and
if
stuff.
you lose stripe equal to half your, what was it, Jason?
Down to half.
Composure. Yeah. So
Down
you
to half.
right. So it can't go below half your composure.
Okay.
Unless you have some other ability that will
Right,
bring it down.
right.
Then, like, yeah.
Then I'll be fine.
I will probably still need some help from Satomi potentially.
Yeah.
But
I can help. I will help 2 people once we get to those things.
You'll be fine. Everything's fine.
Jeremy, I've got my thing.
Yes.
I've got my thing. I'm looking up I'm looking up a thing because it matters to you. Okay, so I rolled, but I also invoked my void point so that I could roll an extra ring die and keep an extra die for this check. But, and here's the thing to you, GM. Every time I spend my last void point, which is what this is, someone near me will suffer misfortune, as the woven cord of fate phrase, because of one of my disadvantages. So I'll let you stew in that. But what it means is, okay, so my TN is 4, 1 from the greed and then the 3 that I've got here. With the ability to keep an extra die, I managed to make 4 successes, but take 1 strife.
Okay. So what happens with the successes?
But I made my TN. My TN's 4 and I got 4 successes.
Okay. Perfect.
Yeah.
Okay.
But somebody else gets misfortune. So sorry, guys.
Yeah. I think it's actually Jabuna. I think that he was.
Of course it is.
I think that he was hit in the shoulder with an arrow. So he is.
Don't let his father see him.
not feeling the hottest at the end of this battle here. Okay.
Right. Let's see. So just got to hit roll. I got I got 2 successes and a strife, but I don't have to keep the strife, right? I just need the 1 success.
So you will keep the strife unless there's a way to get rid of it. But what is your Curse of Vengeance rated at?
Oh, it's just 1.
Okay, and then you have 0 shadow points. So that's, yeah, all you needed was 1 success.
Yeah. So do I need to keep 3 dice anyway, or just what I need?
No, to tell you the truth, but I don't think so. So yeah, you can just keep just what you needed then.
Yeah.
Which is
So
just
I'll
a single success.
I'll take the
Okay.
strife away and just keep the 1 success then.
Okay, perfect. Who have we not gotten a roll from? Just Kinji? I think it's just you, Kinji.
Okay. I have to re-roll. Well, I guess I gotta keep up these. No. Keep these. Yes. Okay. Super funny. Okay. So I use my Indomitable Will. I use Earth Ring 3, Meditation 1. I re-rolled 2, so I got 2 exploding successes with Strife, and then 2 opportunities. My Curse of Vengeance is 3 plus my 1 shadow point is 4. So I technically met the 4, but I did not exceed the 4. Is that still a success? The TN?
Yes. Yeah, so you got
Okay.
4 successes total?
Mm-hmm.
Then
I'll
yes, you're
use
good.
the 2 opportunities I got to clear the 2 strife I got. So,
All right. So barely hanging on, but he hangs on.
oh, and it was very difficult. He has been dishonored on the battlefield. They used, extremely underhanded tactics. They came in the night. They did not fight on the battlefield. Everything that Kenji hates about the denizens of the Shadowlands. This is everything. Anything that has touched the shadow, this is, and for it to be just the first bit of conflict, his eyes are still, he's gathering. I don't. He's probably trying to find someone to help his affliction, but he's still angry. He keeps in his meditation, in his way of keeping his calm, as he keeps muttering this name underneath his breath, and he clutches this piece of cloth in his hand as he's kind of found some soldier, not one of the rest of the 5 of the party, to try to take him to any sort of seasoned healers, any sort of medicine individuals. He's just kind of being like, please take me to someone. And there's maybe he's a bit gruff, but he's holding on through, once again, this force of will, this fire inside of him that nothing is going to stop him, not even blindness. So he's but he keeps muttering the name Makino, and it's just he's holding on to it very, very deeply.
Okay. So there are a small amount of Shugenja who are here, present. I don't know if there are invocations that can heal blindness or not. So we can look into that in the interim. But for the time being, I would like to briefly kind of run through what your characters are kind of doing in the downtime, like basically for the rest of this evening, before the preparation phase for the coming battle starts on the morning.
Well, so I would like to do a tea ceremony for myself and 2 others who have strife they need to get rid of.
Yes. I think Guan goes to like one of the the gatherings of militia folks and is trying to tell the story of how sort of Ikoma handled Gimbasu the Vigilant, or Gimbagasu the Vigilant, excuse me. And his words are faltering. Like he's thinking about what it said, that that the Shadowlands forces are more numerous than the stars, that Mahatsukai no Tetsuye is coming, and I think that's maybe what drives him to seek you out, Satomi. Just kind of pale of face and sweating as he says, Satomi, I don't know if you're busy, but how about some tea? Yes, just a quiet cup of tea somewhere. But for the 2 of us and whoever else, of course, I don't mean to impose. Because I reduced no strife with that roll that I made for this, for telling this story. So yeah, I think he would seek Satomi out for this if possible.
Who else would like to join in on the tea ceremony?
Oh, am I there?
Yep.
Okay.
We can.
Well, I have to find out if I'm going to go or not. I have 3 strife still. But my inner peace thing is Daredevil, so when I'm in like battle. So I'm just wondering if that would take away some of the strife, the fact that I actually got some of that adrenaline.
Maybe. Is that like a thing that you choose from a list? Does it have mechanics that are tied to it, or is it just a?
Yeah, it's the passion one.
Passion.
I think it.
Okay.
Let me look. I gotta. Okay, here it is.
Every time I minimize my PDF, it literally just like unloads
it's page
itself.
112.
112. Let's see here. Daredevil. You can risk your life without consideration or hesitation, even if the potential consequences are obvious and dire. After performing a check to risk your life, such as a fitness fire check to resist a critical strike, or a games check to win a contest in a flashy and physically risky way, you remove 3 strife. So yeah, that's something you would have to do outside of combat, is what it sounds like.
Okay.
The fitness check to resist a critical strike is something it sounds like you could do in combat, but I don't think that happened to you.
Okay. All right. I wasn't sure how that worked.
Critical strike that hits you. So, but what you could do is, again, making a games check to win some kind of contest. Or like maybe you're trying to show up some of the other soldiers kind of high off of the adrenaline from the battle.
Come get that tea with your sister. If anybody else doesn't need it, then I guess I'll do some sister.
Yeah. Sounds like she needed one more person. Or could use one more person.
Unless Kenji, were you going, or what's your strife look like?
I mean, he definitely needs to reduce strife, but it doesn't matter how much strife he has if he can't see. He literally is kind of a liability at this point. He can't truly do anything. So like he would either ask to wait for him, or he would just try to like find someone quickly and then come back to the tea ceremony. But like his number one thing right now is trying to figure out what's going on with his eyes.
Yeah, makes sense. Well, yeah, I guess I'll go get some strife removed then.
Okay, so okay, sorry, lots of tabs for this particular check for me, because it hits
Rude.
hits so many things. Okay, first of all, I'm going to do that whole decrease. This is like a new scene, so I'm decreasing the TN by 3. I don't know how you can decrease it to. I'm assuming it has to, like, the lowest is 1, or can you go to 0? Anyway, the TN is 2 normally, but I'm going to reduce it.
I think you can go to a TN 0.
Okay.
Yeah.
Then this will be a TN 0. Do either of you two have performance as a skill?
I do.
Perfect. That means
I will help you if I can.
Yes, I think that means I get a skill die.
Yeah, that makes sense.
On page 26, what does it say? Page 26. I don't have that one open.
I might, maybe. You said, is it 26 of the PDF?
Yeah, no, of the book. Additional white die if you have a rank at least of 1 in the skill. Okay, so get another white die.
Yep.
Perfect. Okay, so now we're rolling. Okay, now we're rolling. But I have this unfortunate disadvantage where I have to roll 2 dice that contain success or critical success. So what are we going to re-roll? We're going to re-roll. We'll re-roll that one. And that one, I guess. Okay. Well, it's a good thing oh, that's it. Okay, so now I get to keep things. I'm going to keep I want bonus successes. Okay, I'm going to keep those 3 dice. So that's okay. So that leaves me with 1 success. So that's a bonus success because I had a T and a 0, which is awesome.
Nice.
1 strife, but 2 opportunities. So what this means for all of us is that each target, so the three of us, will remove 3 strife plus 1. So remove 4 strife.
Nice.
4 strife, but I gain back 1. So 3. Plus, I'm going to use the 2 opportunities to spend them so that each of us gains a void point.
Nice.
So
Excellent. And you can have a
Okay.
number of void points equal to your rings?
your void ring.
Okay.
And then because tea is my passion. Tea is my passion. I love tea. I'm like
Who doesn't
making
love
tea.
tea?
It's my passion. I remove 3 strife because I made this tea
Wow.
ceremony.
That is an awesome ability.
Okay, so remove
I
6.
just have a quick question. One, where does the void point go, and what does that do?
So at the top of your character sheet, page 2,
Okay.
right underneath vigilance, it says maximum and current. So you should probably have 1 current right now. You would get
Oh,
a
okay.
second one if you have the ability.
Oh, okay, there it is.
If your ring
Okay.
is at least 2.
Okay. And what do those do?
You can, I'll set you to the page and then you can look it
Okay.
up because there's a lot of things.
Oh,
Go to
okay.
page 37 of the PDF.
Thank you.
Do
You're
void
welcome.
points come back at the end of a scene? Do you know off the top of your head? No, they don't.
No.
Okay, cool.
No,
You can earn them
you-
through different ways.
Okay, cool. So then I have one out of 2 that I can have because of Satomi's ceremony. Perfect.
you should have started with
I
1.
did, but I
but you
spent
used it already?
to get rid
okay.
of that 1 fatigue that I did have from the fight. I used that because it's a once per scene thing, so I figured I might as well burn that.
Yeah.
So yeah, cool.
Okay.
Juan is very, very grateful for the tea ceremony. Thank you so much, Satomi.
Okay, so looking very briefly through the invocations and doing a little bit of Google Fu, I have not been able to find whether or not this edition has a way for Shugenja to remove blindness, deafness, but apparently it was a thing, at least in previous editions. So I'm going to have one of them roll a check, see how they do, and we'll go from there. So, all right, this is medicine, I would imagine. And a good ring for them, so let's see here. Okay, I set the TN at 3 because this seems like a somewhat difficult thing to do. And this is a success and an explosive success with a strife and an opportunity. So we're going to re-roll that. And there's another success with 2 strife and an opportunity. Okay, so this Shugenja, you know what? What the hell? We'll even say that it is Kagachi Hitsumu or Himitsu.
They took me to the 1. All right.
She apparently is, a pretty powerful Shugenja in her own right, and she sits with you through the remainder of the night, saying prayers and offerings and burning incense to the water kami, and applying, like bandages and balms to your eyes. And as you wake in the morning, you realize that the glass is all gone, that it has been successfully removed, rinsed away, and your vision is painful. Like, it's painful to blink and open and close your eyes, but you can see. Your eyes do seem to have healed.
It's good. It's good news. I'm very thankful to I want to say her name correctly.
Himitsu,
Yeah.
or Lady Kagachi.
Kenji is very thankful to Lady Kagachi and bows. Like you said, his vision is still painful because of the the damage to the eyelids and stuff.
Yeah.
But he feels that now he can sort of move on to, now that his vision is returned, he can try to go and sort of steel himself and like sort of try to calm the strife in his heart from, you know, harboring sort of all of that anger over the night. So he's going to go and try to figure that out on with maybe the others in the morning or something. Maybe ask for another tea party.
Yeah.
He missed out on the last one. He doesn't like to be left out, you know.
More samurai FOMO. Death in battle and tea parties. That's what the samurai miss the most when they're not invited. Okay. So, you wake the next day, and though it was not an incredibly restful evening, it is time to begin preparation. It's time to start preparing this town to defend against the horde of darkness that you know is on its way. So we're going to transition over to our map. I'm the map. I'm the map. I'm the map. Okay. So this is preparation phase. So at each location, each character may perform one TN2 task or assist another character with theirs. Only one check is going to be able to be made per task. Each character involved, whether you are performing the task or assisting, will take 1 point of fatigue for every 5 time points that task costs. Okay, which means a task that costs 5 time points will give you 1 fatigue, 10 will give you 2, 15, 3, etc. So, let's see. Bonus successes can be reserved at the location that you are at as ring tokens, the same ring that you use to perform the task. And during the execution phase, which will happen next session, which in the actual attack happens, those will be able to be spent by any character that is using that same ring on a future check. Does that make sense? So if you perform
that last bit, yep, sorry, go ahead.
If you perform,
Can you say that one more time?
Yep. If you perform a task using the Earth Ring and you get bonus successes, you can store those bonus successes at the location where you're performing this task, and then later during the assault, people can cash those in as long as they're using the same ring that belongs to.
Dope. I like that.
Okay. Ways to spend opportunity during this phase. You can spend 1 to possibly learn more information about this location if it's available, because there were a couple things that with these locations that were not learned during the first phase. Or you can spend 2 to possibly discover an additional location, because there were at least a couple of locations that you did not discover anything about during the first phase. I will go ahead and let you know that any unaddressed locations will be claimed by the enemy. They will get a benefit if they are the ones that get to claim an unaddressed location. So, if all of that makes sense, hopefully, you also have a number of minor NPCs that you will be able to command. Of your soldiers, you have 2 units of archers that you will get to choose locations to basically establish them at the beginning of the skirmish, the beginning of the battle. You have 1 unit of Crab Clan Samurai. You have 3 units of villager/bandit militia. The other non-soldier units that you have are 1 unit of Shugenja, characters that stay in the same zone as the Shugenja automatically gain 1 success on their checks to resist shadow effects. Because once they are put to the task of cleansing and trying to keep balance of the kami, that will give you an added bonus. You also have 3 units of structural engineers, which we can use during this phase. What each unit of those will do is reduce the time cost of a task by 5 points to a minimum of 5. Okay? You've got 3 of those to use.
Real quick, Jeremy, I'm sorry. How many units of Shugenja?
1.
1. Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm. And then the last thing that you have won't go into effect for this phase, but during the next phase. Messengers, you have an unlimited amount of them. Once per skirmish, one character that is not present at the location can make a single roll to contribute. This will basically be them getting battle tactics sent over by a messenger or learning of a particular aspect of the skirmish and being able to give some kind of guidance. If it's a martial check, then it was the training that you gave the soldiers that you stationed there, etc. So, by no means do I imagine that you have memorized all of that. So if you have questions, please ask them. I just wanted to kind of go over the entire thing verbatim before we actually get started. So, on the left of the screen, you will see a finger of jade. This represents the time that you have remaining to you to try to do as many of these tasks as you can before the shadow gets to you. So, does anybody have any ideas where you would like to start?
I do, if no one else does.
Go on.
I think I will. Guan will go on. I think Guan will definitely recommend putting 2 regiments of our structural engineers to prepare Omofune Bridge to be collapsed. So like literally all one of us has to do is boop the bridge and it goes down. The idea would be, like we talked about before the game, Jeremy, to catch as many enemies on the bridge as possible and then collapse it. So I believe, and correct me if I'm wrong, Jeremy. So normally this would, I think you said it would be 15 to prepare the bridge for collapse, 15 time points.
Correct.
The 2 regiments of structural engineers reduce that to just 5.
Correct.
So I will go ahead and make, I guess, so we just need to make a check for this, correct?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, and I'm taking 1 point of fatigue as well because that's 5 time points that I'm spending right now, correct?
Correct. You got it.
So I think for this, I think, so it's funny. I think Guan is with these structural engineers and he's watching them do their thing. He has no fucking clue what these people are doing. I mean, he's a Dragon Clan, Bushido, a Dragon Clan samurai. He has no idea about engineering and stuff like this. But I think when the rock or the stone forming Omofune Bridge gets weak enough, he'll just kind of like gesture for these young engineers, step aside, and he just literally starts punching some of these support pillars. So I'm going to use my fire ring with my 3 martial arts unarmed. As he just starts slamming his fists into this stone, the most Japanese anime bullcrap ever. What is the TN that I'm looking to beat here, Jeremy, if anything, or is it just like a...
It is a TN2.
Okay, all right, so I'm rolling 6 dice, so hopefully I can do this. Okay, so I got, holy crap, I got a regular success and 2 explosive successes, so I will keep all those dice, and I re-roll, so I beat the 2 TN. So let me go ahead and write this down because I will forget. So the 2 TN is beat, and then I have 1 additional fire ring success, which we can store at that location. And then I re-rolled both explosive successes. One of them had a strife and a success. The other one has another success. So you know what? I'll take one for the team. I'll take the 1 point of strife and then keep an additional 2 bonus fire ring successes. So that's a total of 3 stored bonus ring fire successes at Omofune Bridge, and the check is a success.
Wow. Okay.
Jesus Christ, so many words.
So you had 3 bonus successes that you're storing?
Correct, because I got an explosive success, which I assume still counts as a success, and
yes,
then 2 additional. Okay, and I'll go ahead and jot that down as well. Omofune Bridge.
So, can I be reminded what does the bonus successes allow us to do?
We can
that-
use them if we're in that location. So like if you're in
Correct.
your fire ring at Omofune Bridge and you're like, oh, I need another success, you have 3 bonus successes, like a bank you can pull
Oh,
from.
like for when we go into the next
For
phase.
the execution phase. Yep.
Oh, that's awesome.
The only downside is I didn't get any opportunity on this, so I can't use anything to try to find those 2 missing locations that we couldn't find previously. But I think that's the first thing that Guan is going to do.
Makes perfect sense.
Yeah, I think that's I'm gonna go and try to find those other 2 locations.
So you use 2 engineers to reduce it by 5 each, so that's 10 points. So we have 90 points plus.
It's only 5 points because
So-
it was 15 and then 5 and 5. Because
Oh,
we weren't destroying the bridge, we were just weakening
Yeah, okay.
the bridge. Yeah,
So
Right.
we have 95 points left, but 2 of our engineers are at the bridge.
right. So we have 1 more regiment of engineers to play
Correct.
I have a suggestion after Ito
Okay. Hang
goes.
on just one
Okay,
moment.
I'm
here.
gonna go now. Can I use the theology on the for my dice to try to locate it?
So
I'm down
for
with-
locating the other additional
or
locations,
meditation, either that or meditation.
so for looking for the additional locations, that's
Right.
something that you can spend opportunity to do.
Okay.
So it's not something that you have to spend your actual action
Oh,
doing.
okay.
So it would be
I
an
can-
incidental to your roll if
Okay.
you happen to get 2 opportunities.
Gotcha.
So I've added the 3 fire coins to Omofune Bridge here on the map, and that cost 5, so 5% of your Finger of Jade is used up. So go ahead, Craig.
Okay. All right. I got 3 successes and 3 strife.
Which location are you currently headed to?
I was trying to find a new one.
Okay. So again, that's kind of more of like an incidental to one of the other tasks that you would be completing.
Oh, okay. All right. Well, disregard. Let me think about that then.
Okay, sure.
All right.
Kenji would suggest to the Furious 5 here that the Gate of the Moon is the one with the stuck gate, correct?
Gate of the Moon. Yes. It is rested.
I think with the notes here, I think that these are good. This is from Discord. I forget who posted the notes. Awesome. The idea that I think we should have like probably the crab infantry there, but he wants to also put in ditches or pitfalls in front of that to keep it very like we're going to make it very, very difficult. Try to maybe draw in to that location, even if we can't close those gates. At least spending the time to get those like ditches dug and pitfalls, traps, anything like that, just to give us the best advantage there. Because trying to get those doors closed, we can utilize resources other places, especially, you know, after maybe Kenji takes a look at it and is just like, no, there's just no way to get these doors closed. Not with the amount of time and resources we have. But I want to throw it to everybody if you guys think that that is a good idea.
So the only thing I would say, and again, I think that's a great idea, honestly, is maybe swap out ditches and pitfalls for the barricades, fences, and walls because it's a little cheaper and it kind of achieves somewhat of the same thing. It's 5 points cheaper than the ditches and pitfalls, I think, unless I'm misremembering the document.
No, I got it up. Yeah, it is.
but
It's a 10 for the barricades, 15 for the ditches.
Yeah, so I mean, if that's something you think is viable, then great. If not, I mean, it's 15 points, which again is I think it's the most expensive thing apart from collapsing the bridge. Yeah, it's kind of up to you.
The one difference is if this matters is if you put barricades and fences, it makes that open terrain now become confining terrain instead, whereas ditches and pitfalls would make it dangerous terrain.
Which
To
I
the
mean,
attackers,
yeah,
not
Yes.
our defenders. Our
Yes,
defenders
no,
would be
the attackers. So the bad guys coming in, would have to deal with that. So that's
that actually, yeah, that makes more sense. So yeah, I think ditches and pitfalls is fine then. I must have misread that. It's all good. I like that.
Okay.
Um,
So, to clarify, also during the execution phase, you'll be able to take part in the skirmish at a particular location, and then between skirmishes, you can move from one zone to something that is adjacent. If it's any further than that, you're not going to be able to make it between skirmishes. Same can be said for the 3 soldier units that you've been given. So, like, the Crab Samurai could start the battle here, and then during the Battle of the Kyoto Dock Market, they could move from there to there easily. But if it's beyond that, then they would not be able to move from one place to the other between battles, unless you develop the hidden escape route between 2 of them. Just as a full disclosure. Okay. So it sounds like Crab Clan Samurai are going to start the battle here at the Gate of the Moon.
mhm.
Okay, let me put them over here. All right. And then you are doing ditches and pitfalls
Yes.
at the Gate of the Moon. All right. So go ahead and make a check for me how you're managing to dig these ditches and pitfalls.
I believe once again through combat sort of tactics have been on the battlefield. Kenji's going to use tactics as a skill, and then just continue to just be in the fire ring, as that's kind of like, we need to be. This is defensive, but it is very. It prohibits our enemy. It allows us to be more on the offense against them. We're able to utilize these traps. So he's going to roll 4 fire, 2 for tactics. So I got the roll. Okay. Let's see. I got all right. Taking a lot of strife lately. Gotta find a way to
It's a
get
stressful
rid of
situation.
strife. I mean, I could do that, but that only just cancels that out. I could just take that. Honestly, hold on. That's kind of funny because that just that solves everything. Okay. I got exploding success. I'm going to keep a blank, a success, and then I got an opportunity with a strife, and they're just going to cancel each other out. So that's 3 successes.
Okay. All right, so 3 successes. It was a TN2 task, so that is a bonus success. What ring did you use? Fire?
Fire.
Okay, and this is at Gate of the Moon, so we will also have a fire ring, bonus fire ring there.
We're going to
Stored.
have to do a couple earth ones for Okoma. So, all of us, dragons and phoenixes sitting in that fire ring.
Okay, and this was establishing ditches and pitfalls, so that was 15 points. So we're going to go from 5 to 20.
I was thinking, I just seen the oil thing, and that was my thing too. With the elevated position, I think at one of our last defenses at is it the Gate of the Stars? Which one is it? Gatehouse of the Stars. Can we pour oil from above?
At the Gate of the Stars?
Yeah.
Yeah,
So
absolutely.
keep the oil elevated so that to delay at the gate. So if they get there, surprise, bitches.
Yeah, absolutely. All right. So go ahead and tell me how
Sorry,
you
Seth,
are. Tell me how you are preparing that, getting that ready.
Yeah, I'm carrying all
We'll
the
build a roll.
carrying the oil up to the elevated positions to and we're gonna keep it very simple, just in the in the pots, so we can toss it down upon them, and then either drop a torch or a lighted. So trying to keep it as simple as, so if it's one of Guan's villagers, there is no technical to it. It's throw it.
Okay. So it sounds like maybe a fitness roll might even work, because you're talking about literally hefting the weight of these, jars of oil up to high places. What ring are you using?
Now, I mean, I got twos and everything, but my highest is 3 in fire. So I still get a little confused on which ones to use.
So it's kind of an approach. It's really kind of how your character's doing this. So like if
Yeah,
you're
I'm
using
not.
fire,
Since we're preparing, I'm not in a rush.
right?
So I'm trying to be careful, being that
So
it's
that could possibly be interpreted as using earth. Then a steady,
Okay.
thorough, and grounded approach, cautious
Okay.
and reliable. So if that kind of describes how you're going about doing this, then earth would be a good fit.
okay. So, and then and you said fitness probably the best one?
Yeah, I think so.
All right, let's do that and see what we get. Uh, 2 successes and a strife.
2 successes and
Strife.
strife.
Oh, and an
Okay.
exploding one. Hold on. I got one more here. Sorry, I'm trying to get all of these in there. Oops. A success with a strife. So what is that? 3 successes, I think, and a strife.
I believe so. You said 2. You said you had a normal one and an explosive one, so that's 2.
Yeah.
And then you rolled again and
Okay.
got another success.
Yeah.
So that's 3.
Okay. So 3 and 1.
Okay. So bonus success, you used earth.
Yes.
Okay.
So
and
I
this
add
is
that strife, correct?
Yes, you do. Mm-hmm.
Okay.
This is at the Gatehouse of the
Okay.
Stars. We also have a stored earth there now. Okay. This is oil. So spreading oil costs 5. I did see that somebody said that it was the same as ditches and pitfalls. The difference is that at ditches and pitfalls, the dangerous quality only applies to the attackers. For the burning oil, that is not the case. It makes the entire terrain dangerous. And
if I recall, if we take strife in an area with burning oil, we also get the burning condition, I think, which would not
That is
be
correct.
ideal.
That is correct.
Yeah, that was
But
a
leaving it
last stand
elevated.
type of thing.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're
Yeah.
elevated throwing it down, so
It's like, oh my God, Hail Mary, we're all about to die.
yeah.
Right.
This is a hey, now what?
Okay, that is another 5. So we go from 20 to 25% of this time clock. We're a quarter of the way through.
I think we're being pretty good about our economy here, honestly.
What's the other one? The market had like the wide open 3.
Mm-hmm. Sounds like
that's
Baron
gonna
had
be
a plan,
that's
or at
gonna
least for
be
one of them.
a large place for them to get through quickly if we don't do something about that one.
Since it's open, my thought would be something that obstructs them specifically, and then our kind of hit and run bandits. Someone that can move about there quickly. So if the ditches and pitfalls doesn't affect us, that might be the way to go for that one. But my original thought was the caltrips.
Makes sense to me.
But if caltrips can hurt us, I think the ditches and pitfalls would be better to protect our dudes.
I agree about ditches and pitfalls. Our dudes know that they're not there. They don't. They hurt.
You know what they
Yeah.
say, ditches get stitches.
Pit.
It's true.
Which one is the market? Oh, they have names now. Sick. I think we definitely should utilize one of these secret tunnels
I had a thought
somewhere.
about that. Yeah.
Do the circles have to be adjacent to the secret tunnel to link up, or like could we take
Yes.
something from?
Yeah.
This wood. What is?
From the Hayashida market you talking about, or from the
what's to the
dock
left
market?
of Hayashida market?
Shimada Gate,
Okay, Shimada Gate.
and then below it is the home of Todo Yujio.
I mean, it might not be a bad idea if you wanted to, Baron, although it is another 15 points, maybe do a secret passage from Hayashida Market to the Gatehouse of the Stars. Because again, I really feel like that's, because I remember Jeremy saying this specifically, that's going to be like, that's it. You know what I mean? If they've gotten there, then we've got nowhere else to go. So,
And I'm not opposed to that.
Yeah.
I just don't want to put all our eggs in our last basket.
No, I hear you.
I just don't know where like the main amount of fighting is going to be.
I don't think flooding is a bad thing either, because that's going to slow process.
I think we
somewhere.
should flood
I
the
don't-
other. Is the other market open? Like the dock
maybe
market?
Yoda-
It's confining.
Are you talking about
Uh,
flooding the one that's like 3 abreast, the wagons abreast one?
I don't know.
That's the Hayashida market.
The other one has the confining and is already although it is now mostly under several feet of water. So that one's already flooded.
Yes.
Hayashida Market doesn't have the flooded condition, I don't
It
think.
does
The
not.
Kayada Dock Market.
Yeah,
the other
Koyata Dock Market is flooded
Other
currently.
market.
Let's put the caltrops in the flooded market so they can't see them.
Mean might not be a terrible
Not a bad idea.
I do
Just
think
in the water.
I do think if we can, we should try to have at least something in every single location, and ideally find those other locations, because otherwise the enemy's just gonna be able to steamroll through the locations where we don't have anything.
And their foot will get
Well,
infected.
naturally, but that's relying on us getting opportunity here. I'm just
Well,
gonna
I'm
pick.
just talking about our available stuff. I'm not even talking about the new stuff.
Oh, I mean that still requires opportunity, doesn't it? Or does that take
Mhm.
time?
No, I'm
To
talking
find
so,
the
like,
new ones.
yeah, in the locations that we currently have that we know of right now, we should have, in my opinion, we should have at least one
yeah,
thing in there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. I'm gonna roll for something here since.
Yeah.
Okay. So Akoma, you are currently at which of the marketplaces? I missed that distinction. Sorry.
Hayashida. I'm at
Hayashida.
Hayashida
Okay.
Market.
The open one.
The
All right. What
open
do you?
one.
What's your plan?
I think we should have ditches and pitfalls costing
Okay.
5. And I think we should have our bandits and farmers or whatever
Okay.
be here.
Do you want to install 1 unit of them? 2 units? All 3?
How many units of them do we have?
You have 3.
3? Man, at least 1. How many archers do we have left?
2. You haven't used any of them yet.
Huh. Maybe it would actually be better to do archers here and do something dangerous. And then we wouldn't have any guys out in the open. Nope, I already decided. We're doing 1 regiment of bandits and we're doing the pitfalls. So I'll take 1 fatigue and I will roll.
Out of fatigue.
Yeah, make sure that y'all are taking the fatigue for the.
Yeah, good call.
Yeah.
I forgot about that one.
There's so many.
What kind of skill am I gonna use for this? Command, because I'm not fucking digging these trenches. You got me fucked up, bud. All right. So rolling 3 and 3. 3 successes. One of them is an exploding success with a strife. I can only keep 3 dice. What is the purpose of rolling the explosion die again?
It counts as a success, and then you get to roll that die type again and decide whether you want to keep it as well in addition to the normal ones that you're allowed to keep. So
like if I have a ring total of 3 and I get an exploding, I can have a total of 4 at the end of it?
Correct. Yep.
Okay. Well, we're gonna...
So we did 1 archer group and 1 militia group here. Okay. Make sure I keep up with what we got where.
Okay. I got opportunity, so that's good.
Okay.
I got 3 success, 1 of which exploded, and then I got an opportunity and a strife. I'm gonna keep the opportunity, or I'm not the opportunity, the strife. I'm gonna use the opportunity.
Okay.
It costs more than 1 to find a new location, right?
Correct. It costs 2. 1. Yeah. 1 would reveal additional information about the location where you are if it is available. You are at
We've explored the fuck out of Hayashida Market. Bitch.
Where is...
Can I give this opportunity to someone else? Probably it's just us trying to bend the rules as far as Bender will let us. But...
Did we learn everything about Hayashida? I know we got everything.
Well, we have 2. There's 2
Toda
conditions
Ujio.
attached to it. So I mean,
is there?
Yes, there's confined. I'm sorry, recessed and open.
Okay. Yeah. Sure enough.
Okay.
Yep. So it is locked. As far as that goes. Okay, but you got 3 successes.
Save, yeah, and then I go on strife. So.
Okay, so what ring did you use?
Earth.
Okay, Earth at Shida Market. Boom. Okay. And you were digging ditches and then installing them. So ditches are 15 additional points. There were no engineers on that one, so that takes us from 25 to 40%.
I actually have 3 points of fatigue.
And did you put archers there as well, Baron? Is that what you decided, or was it?
Yeah, it looks like.
Do we want archers there as well?
It's up to you.
If we put archers there, we don't need anything else here.
I wouldn't put both. If you have militia there already, I think that's probably fine.
I mean, it is recessed though, so archers would have get that bonus or whatever.
I would say, like, if we put archers here, there should be no reason for us as characters to go here.
To ever be there, yeah.
Taken care of, and then we're. Go ahead.
Oh, okay. I was gonna say the only thing is, I was thinking because we only have 1 regiment of archers left to place.
We should still have 2.
But they fall back too, don't they? If they don't die out, like, is that how it works?
They can move 1 location between skirmishes, just like you.
Because what about? I was looking at the Koyota dock market, which was the other market. The only thing that it has confinings, that's probably not good for us.
Caltrips in the water.
I mean, honestly, that's not a terrible idea. I would be opposed to
that. At the same time, the oil is going to rise on top of the water.
That's true.
And an oil fire on the water is pretty freaking intense because I've seen it.
Also sucks.
Mm-hmm.
And when what it'll also do is the oil will stick to their clothing if they go through it.
That is true as well.
Just to point out, you can do both if you decided you wanted to.
I mean, we definitely put 1 there, and if we have points remaining at the end.
Sure, I think that's fair. I think that makes sense.
Who's heading this charge? Who's doing this?
Was that you, Guan, or?
No. I thought it was Baron, part of Baron's thing because we were.
I'll
Just putting
do another one.
We were just
That's
putting
fine.
archers there. Is that going to require a check or whatever we were putting there?
I didn't think we were putting archers there. I thought we were putting hazard there.
Yeah.
Oh,
It's the one underwater.
okay.
So,
Sorry,
you
I
just
didn't,
had to-
I didn't realize we had moved over to
Oh.
Kyoto Dock already. Okay.
Okay.
I thought we were still on Hayashida. I was
So
confused.
for Hayashida, final call. Are you doing a unit of militia and a unit of archers, or
As of right now, just bandits, but let's put a pin in
Just
it.
bandits.
We have resources afterward.
gotcha?
Well, and you dug ditches there too, right?
Yes.
Yes.
Well, he didn't. He had the farmers do it.
Sure. Somebody dug ditches there. They
Ditches
didn't
were
appear
made.
overnight.
We're digging the ditches red. We're digging the
Ditches
ditches
red.
red.
Okay. So now shifting our attention to Kyoto Dock Market. All right. Who's doing what here?
Did we want
So,
to do oil
hazards.
and caltrops?
I think they're both 5, are they not?
They are.
Why not? Let's fucking do 5.
That's
Sure. Or do
hilarious.
Save me 10 points.
Oh, you'll get 10 points.
How many points we got left? 55? Not including what we're doing here. So
All right.
45?
Oil and caltrops here at
Do
Kyoto
they have a
Dock
defined
Market.
location where they would enter? Or is it just everywhere?
It's going to be from the other side of the river. That's the only thing that you know for sure. Because that's the only thing that makes tactical sense.
To the west?
On our map, it would be from the south. This is
Okay,
kind of
from
like
the
a
south.
stylized map. The river is not this harsh of a U in reality. It's more of a half and half kind of situation. So your guess is the things that will be hit first will be the Omifune Bridge and the Kyoto Dock Market.
Yeah, because it kind of slows them down. Any amount of fire in caltrops oil that they deal with through the dock market, they will then have to deal with our crab samurai at the gate, unless they split off to go the other way, but we are blowing the bridge. So I think if we, in theory, if we do just the oil caltrops there, then we can set up militia at the Gate of Stars, and then we're still worried, or we're still trying to figure out, I think, as a group, what to do with the home of Todo Ujio.
Mhm.
Yeah, it seems like the only places we don't have anything right now is we don't have anything at the Gate of the Sun, I don't think. The home of Todo Ujio, and then the Shimada gates. I don't think we have any.
Okay, so just to put a finality on it, at the Kyoto Dock Market, it's oil and caltrops, right?
Yes.
Okay, so somebody needs to roll.
I'll do one of them, or is it both? in one?
It can be two different, yeah,
I'll
because
do the
each one is a
caltrops.
task. So
Alright, then I'll do the oil.
okay,
We're gonna use water this time.
excellent.
Cause I'm in the water.
And I'm gonna use earth. Like I said, we should spread out the number of
Mm-hmm.
we got fire everywhere, okay?
We're gonna do
Earth 3, tactics 2. I'm gonna do that.
It works. Yep, absolutely.
I got opportunity, success, and then success with strife, but I'm gonna use the opportunity to clear the strife and 2 successes for the caltrops.
Okay. No bonus successes, so no storing additional tokens there, but caltrops are a go. And then again, that was 5 caltrops. So you take 1 fatigue for that. It goes from 40 to 45.
I gotta read Gate of the Sun real quick, but I think we could probably do the home, because I think Karen's got an idea for it.
Yeah.
'Cause I
let's-
gotta read.
let's
Yeah.
get Baron's result real quick.
Oh,
Yep.
my bad.
No, you're good. You're good.
So, I got 2 success, 1
Okay.
success as a strife, and an opportunity. I'm gonna keep the strife. Use the opportunity to find out something more about the market.
Okay. Let's see what we got here.
Is the water stagnant? That's the big thing, because then their feet gets cut, and then they gets infected, and then they.
It's in my mouth. It's in my mouth.
You currently know that it is confining.
Yeah.
Okay.
Ew.
The second bit of information about Kyoto Dock Market is that the surrounding wall dividing the lower city from the docks would supply archers with ample opportunities to shoot any invaders who tried to navigate the chaotic disarray of discarded shipments. It is also recessed.
Yeah, we've gone too far.
Could slap the last regiment of archers there.
Let's put a pin in it. You know, we got a couple of spots that we didn't have stuff. Well, actually, how about this? Assessment of resources. What do we have left? We have 1 engineer.
You have one more squad
I
of
want to use
engineers.
the engineer.
Okay, so Karen's gonna use the engineer.
You
We
still have
2
both of your
militia.
squads of archers,
2 archers.
Oh, I think
2 militia, and the Shugenja.
All right. Shugenja should just stay back. I don't see any reason for them to be.
Karen might be using those, maybe? I don't know what her plan is.
No, I'm thinking the Shugenja should probably be at the Gate of Stars because they'll have that ability to be elevated, shooting down into it. They have the fire if we need to, like, set the oil on fire. I think they're probably pretty good as a last ditch because they're not going to be good in battle. Like,
Yeah, that makes sense.
really,
to me.
they get hurt, they're dead.
So let's just put them there, and then that's done.
Okay.
Yeah, the Shemitah gates, it's also confining, but it's also the one that has just the arrows in it. So it's pretty intact, if I'm understanding correctly.
Yes.
So
It is still a pretty robust gate itself.
yeah, so that's a good thing.
Are there any
Um,
bonus successes for the Kyoto Dark Market, Baron?
No.
Boo!
I had a chance. I could choose a success or I could choose an opportunity, and I thought, well,
No, I mean, that's smart. We should try to use the opportunities.
Okay. And that was also a 5, so we go from 45 to 50. We're now halfway through.
also I think the idea was we weren't going to have people here. So
Yeah, that makes sense to me. I was thinking, speaking, unless you had an idea about what you wanted to do with the Shimada gates, Craig, I was thinking since, like you said, they are mostly intact, there's still like bodies of enemies from the last time it was attacked. We could probably just throw up some scarecrows or something there. You know what I mean? To just slow the advance of the enemy. They would have to succeed
So-
on. Good.
Yeah, so real quick,
Mhm.
Karen sounded like she had an idea for
Yeah, sorry.
for the home of Toda Yujiro.
Shimoji.
Shimojo.
And yeah, it sounds like she's been sitting on it for a minute. So let's yeah.
Okay, so my thoughts on that one is because it's already confining, it's already entangling. We don't want to be fighting in there. Like, that's not where we want to be because it sounds terrible. That sounds horrible. But we don't want them coming through there. So my thought is to put in, what is it? The swinging trap. I'm going to use the engineers to help me build that. So it'll be 10 instead. I'm using my ability of medicine, in fact, with the water stance to help me discern the best place to place it such that it will give the most harmful outcome when they get hit with it.
Okay.
Disease ridden, all that stuff. So that's where my logic is.
Does that sound good to everybody else? It'll be your last squad of engineers.
I think that's a perfect idea.
Okay.
Did we hear more about who Toda Ujio was at all? As a samurai, as a lord, do we know him? Like, what he like? Was he a great warrior, honorable, things like that?
I think
we
that
know he's
he-
dead.
Yeah.
Right. I think that he was fairly honorable, not necessarily a great warrior, probably more courtly than anything else. But again, the man sat here in the face of his city being assaulted and chose to stay and die in place as opposed to running. That's a pretty beefy thing to do as far as his honor is concerned, if not necessarily great as a warrior.
I think Kenji would go with Satomi just to like maybe give honor and respects to Todo Ujio, and just in the sense of you fought well, you stood your ground, and to sort of maybe ask in a way through like sort of that warrior code of, can we use your home as a trap? Like, you know, like
okay.
kind of
So
make
do you want to attempt to assist with her role?
Sure.
Okay. You're using medicine, Karen?
I'm using medicine. Yeah. So are
Okay.
you skilled with medicine or
Oh, I am actually.
Oh, that means I
Excellent.
get
Okay.
one of
So you get an
these.
extra skill die and can keep an extra skill die, right?
I
Is that how
Which
that
is
works?
very sweet because all my skill dice have this rolled exploding successes, which is
Oh, okay.
pretty awesome. Okay, so I will.
You're using fire?
No, I'm using water.
Water. Okay.
Okay, I just got another exploding success.
Holy
This is
shit.
absolute. Oh my God, that's another exploding success. Okay, I gotta write this down because I've lost track. Okay.
What?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, that couldn't be. Okay, so I'll end up taking 2 strife, but
Okay.
I've got 6 successes.
Jesus. Okay.
Yeah.
That's 4
and
bonus successes.
and this would be water, right? And I got 2 opportunities. So I'd love to find out about something else. Please.
Okay, you said you got 2 opportunities?
Yeah. That means I get to learn a new place, right?
Yeah.
Righteous.
Okay, let me get this
That's all due to
sorted.
Kenji's help. Thank you, Kenji.
You're
The spirit
welcome.
spoke to me and told me something I needed to know.
Okay,
See,
so we
and-
have 4 stored. Sorry, go ahead.
No, you go ahead. I was gonna comment about we got to make sure that we don't, dishonor this man's home. Like,
I take 2 fatigue for that too. 2 fatigue, 2 strife.
Okay, well, so it is 10 points I'm sorry, it would be 15 points reduced to 10 points because of the engineers to make the swinging trap. However, that is making the trap at a silhouette of 2, which is like a person-sized object. You can make it a higher silhouette for an additional 5 points per silhouette increase. When it goes off, the trap will cause attackers to suffer a critical strike with deadliness equal to 3 times the object's silhouette. So right now, they would take 6, a critical strike of 6.
Or we could
When
up
it-
it to 8 and I take 3 fatigue.
So, yes, you could increase the time to make it a silhouette 3, which means that it would do 9 damage.
Or 9 damage. Do we want to spend the extra 5 points, guys?
How many total points do we have left, Jeremy?
50, I believe.
50? I don't see why not.
Okay, let's make it silhouette 3.
Hell yeah.
Again,
Take
you can go
3
higher than that
fatigue.
if you wanted.
Silhouette 9,000!
Silhouettes go up to 5.
I think we're good here. At 45, we've done a lot to this room. I think it's just gonna wipe out because 6 is pretty good from our first encounter of damage. I don't think we need to go any, and if that then anything is weakened. We're just going to be able to clean up if they go to the market or as we sort of back up to the Shimada gate. I think we're good with the silhouette size as it is right now, but that's up to y'all.
Keeping it a silhouette too?
Mhm.
Okay.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I think we could go up to 3, but I wouldn't go beyond 3. So either 2 or 3, I would think.
Just make it gruesome so they think twice.
Let's make it 3 just in case Big Baddie comes through. Let's make it 3. Spend the
Okay.
extra 5 points. I'll take the extra
Okay.
fatigue.
Silhouette 3 is the size of a horse.
Yeah. Sounds good.
So it's decent sized. It's probably a broken column or possibly even like a statue.
Mhm.
Okay, so it is would normally be 15, reduced to 10, but increased by 5 again. So that brings us to 65 out of 50.
And you were going to tell us something new about some other place.
Yes, I've also got the 4 fire tokens, so I think that's everything that I needed to set for here. Let me make a note about the swinging trap real quick. I've got it. Let me see. Silhouette 3. Okay. Something we have not seen yet. A new zone. Let's see. Got Gate of the Moon, Gate of the Sun, Gatehouse of the Stars, Hayashida Market, Home of Toda Yujio. Okay.
We don't have
so,
8 or 6.
Yeah, roll me a d4. 1 or 2 is 6, 3 or 4 is... Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, 8. I guess I can roll it for you if you don't have one.
That's
within
okay.
reach.
No, I'll just dig
Do
out
it,
my
Karen.
dice.
Do it, Karen. Do it.
3.
3. Okay. So you also learn about a section called Kaiuzo's Last Stand. Where a gatehouse once stood, separating the mercantile district from the military training yard, there was now a scorched crater littered with broken stones. This was the location of the legendary last stand of the hero Kaiuzo, who turned the tide of the conflict with a single invocation. Even still, there seems to be a strange silence draped over this place. You have discovered that this area is dangerous.
Is this dangerous and like it will affect us and enemies, or just dangerous as in
Correct.
We're not sure. Okay.
Yeah, right now it is a massive crater with like broken, jagged stone everywhere.
For the Shemitah gates, I was thinking because it's mostly intact, creating a barrier. Maybe since the flooding is only 5, flood it to where basically it's impassable because they can't get a foothold to either climb or use a battering ram or whatever. So that gate should become almost impassable to where they just have to go somewhere else. So
So-
that's what I was thinking.
The only thing is the Shimada gates already have the confining terrain quality from what I can see on the document. So it would kind of be like a hat on a hat. We might want to try something a little different.
So flooding does the entangling
gates-
terrain quality.
Yeah, because it's basically already intact. So I think if we use 5 points there, they're
Oh, for
probably
flooding.
gonna they're probably gonna have to reroute.
It's a terrible
Can-
idea.
A
I also like the
concern,
idea
though.
of putting the decoys in there.
Me too.
The only reason that I said I don't say decoys is because of the 15 compared to the 5.
We
And
have
since it's
points.
since it's already
Decoys are
intact,
only
that's what I
10.
was thinking. Is
Um,
it?
Yeah,
we
decoys
have
are 10.
Oh, okay.
points.
I don't-
We could use them.
Flood and decoys in
Yeah.
that area.
Well,
Why not both?
I was thinking that the Shimada gate is kind of the first fallback point.
Mhm.
I don't think we should. I think we'll be in the front lines and hopefully we should be moving back. I don't think we should as heavily fortify that gate because we ourselves will find ourselves there on our way to the Gate of the Stars.
not bad either.
That's just kind of a concern I have. I think everything kind of in front of that, we should have like our decoys, things like that, because we haven't put anything at the Gate of the Sun yet. We could
Yeah.
put decoys there. We now have a giant crater. I was thinking caltrops again because it's funny.
But it's already dangerous, right?
Yeah,
Caltrops.
it's a hat on a hat. Yeah.
Yeah.
So dangerous would make them bleed if they tried to go through that as well.
Well, no.
So,
So
yeah,
it
maybe
would
not,
favor
but
both sides would suffer in Kaiuzo's last stand. That's the dangerous quality that Jeremy was telling us about. So if we put caltrops, I don't think that's going to really help, at least over there. My only thing is, since the Shimada gates are intact, I don't know necessarily why we would be stationed there if there are more vulnerable places where we could be stationed, which is why I
No.
would suggest the decoys. You know what I mean? Because
Well, do we have to go through Shimada Gate to get to the palace? Is that the concept there? Like
So-
we have like that gate cuts it off from the rest
Yeah,
of the
what's
city.
the location of that one compared
Shimada
to
Gate
like,
is
the
one
route?
of the ways through the wall that separates the military zone. That separates the orange from the red. Kaiuzo's last stand is the other way through into the military buffer, the orange zone, this crater that you just discovered. So it is possible that instead of coming through the Shimada Gate, that they could swing way to the east and come through Kaiuzo's last stand and then come west towards the Gatehouse of the Stars.
we need to find that last
Agreed.
zone too, because if it's up here at the orange and purple and they start with that in their possession, then we are in super bad
Yeah.
trouble.
That makes sense.
Okay. Before we move on, we got everything from the home of Toda Yujio, at least what we just did, right? Was anything being done at Shimada Gate, or are we just talking theory at this
I
point?
think we're putting a pin in that one
Okay,
until we
got it.
because I think
I just want to
Karen's
make sure
right.
that I am
If-
keeping track of everything that y'all are
Yeah.
deciding before we get
if that
too
last
lost
one
in the
is
weeds.
like super vulnerable, it's kind of wasted resources if that's something that needs to be identified.
Let's see.
I definitely think Gate of the Sun, just throw some caltrops down there. Call it good.
Caltrops and maybe militia.
We have bandits to spare.
Yeah, I mean, we could. The only thing is the
Can-
caltrops are going to screw us as much as they screw the enemy. But
Good thing it's bandits.
listen, they're people.
Can I do the roll at the Gate of the Sun for the caltrops?
Go for it.
Sure, absolutely.
Get us all
Yeah.
the opportunities, Karen. We need two.
Somebody with lots of dice.
I want to use medicine and fire ring. So I'm theorizing the best places to put these and potential herbs to stick on these caltrops to make it hurt more.
Some of that.
If-
Some
Sorry,
of that
you're
glass.
sticking caltrops on top of what?
No, I'm using my fire ring and medicine to
Oh,
I guess like
okay.
to design these caltrops the best way so that they will hurt the most.
Okay,
do the most
yeah,
damage.
Understandable.
I just want opportunities, man. I just want opportunities. Okay, so I get to. I have to get at least 2 successes, you said, right?
Correct. Mm-hmm.
Okay, well, we're gonna keep that one, which is perfect. Okay, so I was able to keep an exploding die that made me a second success. So I got 2 successes. I'll take 2 strife, but I did get 2 opportunity.
Yeah, nicely done, Karen.
Okay. So
So stressed after this, though.
we put caltrops at Gate of the Sun.
Mm-hmm.
That is going to cost an additional 5, so that'll take us to 70 out of 100. Again, make sure that you're taking fatigue.
Yeah, I'm at
every
4
5
fatigue
points.
so far.
Okay. And then you got 2 opportunities, which means that you'll discover the last and final zone or location, which is number 6. Okay. You have discovered Kukichio's Lament.
All right, good. It wasn't up top.
Yeah, that's
Where did it? Oh, it's down here. Oh, thank goodness.
Way
Okay.
down at the bottom.
Whew.
The shockwave resulting from the explosion that breached the Kaiu Wall last spring had been felt throughout the farthest reaches of the Empire. Reports of the devastation it caused defied belief. That is, until now. Although this blast must have paled by comparison, never before have your eyes seen such destruction. As long as a ship, this section of wall and the river's embankment had been obliterated by an Onikai's ruinous device, an event which a samurai named Kokichiyo infamously failed to stop. So you know that that orc with the boom boom backpack from Helm's Deep?
Yeah.
Yes.
That blew
Just-
a hole in this wall here.
Poor buddy.
That similar device. And it has been the talk of the Empire since it happened. This area is dangerous. There are stones that are still kind of falling out of this section of the wall occasionally. But it is also a point of egress. So after the Omofune Bridge, if they manage to make it across that or across the river here, in addition to the Kyoto Dock Market and the private dock in the home of Todo Yujio, this is a third point that they could get into the lower city.
I have an idea. Hear me out, everybody.
Mhm.
Let's put the decoys there because it's dangerous. Decoys would make them have to do a TN3 martial check to advance.
Okay.
So it just slows them. So if they choose not to use the bridge that we're going to blow, and we've got a lot of things there, we know that we've put oil and caltrops into the market. I think the decoys there just allows us to slow that advance. If we have to move back to any of the three gates or the home of Todo Ujio, at least we know that their advance is slowing and halting, and that way we can like do more defensive as we have to like move back through if they start to break through. And then we just have to figure out the last stand real quick.
Yeah, I was wondering if
put archers.
do we have enough left for the secret passageway to get into the castle part at the end?
How many points do we have left there, Jeremy?
So you are
it-
sitting at
For the last stand?
70.
We have 30 points.
Yeah.
So
So,
if we
real quick.
wanted to do, go ahead.
Were you actually putting decoys at Kukichiyo's limit? Is that a finalized decision?
I think we should.
Yeah,
Yeah.
let's do that.
Okay.
Let me-
So I need a
let me
roll from
real quick.
somebody for that.
I gotcha.
Okay.
Fire and tactics because of
Okay.
Yes. We need fires.
This is a 10. So, okay.
Okay. Huh. Hold on real quick. I've got an idea.
hmm
So, in a way, these decoys, right? Because this is dangerous terrain, right?
hmm
Kenji is going to. Oh, where's my character sheet? I'm trying to be quick about this, I think. Okay, let me read Daredevil real quick.
Oh. You're gonna do something life-threatening to do this?
He is definitely going to, as this terrain is very difficult, right? And it's very dangerous. We're gonna keep that in mind. He's going to use his fitness and stuff to show anyone who's helping him on how to put these decoys in places that would make the enemies go through harsher places. It's very dangerous to be in here, like you said, a lot of the rubble, because we're gonna just put a pin in that because I rolled a lot of strife. But I have an exploding success, so let me. Oh, okay, cool. All right. So I have a success, an exploding success, a regular success. So that's 4 successes. I
I
have
think it's just
2
3, right? You had normal
the
success and exploding,
and another success.
and then regular. So yeah, that's 3.
So okay, so the exploding success is only 1, right?
Right. It just allows you to re-roll a die and possibly keep, something additional.
Gotcha. Okay. So that's 3 successes, but I gain 2 opportunity. So I'm going to use those 2 opportunity to clear 2 of the strife that I also rolled.
Okay.
So I have 1
perfect.
strife and 3 successes.
Okay, so that is a bonus success. What ring did you use?
Fire.
Fire. Okay, so we have a fire ring at Kukichio's Lament.
And because it's a dangerous terrain, his daredevil passion of jumping into the fray, I'm going to plead with you to maybe allow myself to use the daredevil passion, as it is dangerous to set up these decoys
Sure.
to try to remove 3 strife.
Yes, that makes sense to me. Again, this wall is like crumbling as you're like trying to set these decoys up on the top of them to make it look like it's manned by archers and stuff. So yeah, that's definitely daredevilish.
Cool.
Okay, so we've got decoys at Kukichio's Lament. We also have a stored fire ring there.
Good 8-6 ace.
Okay. Let's see, the decoys was what, 10 points? I think I already subtracted that.
Yeah.
So we have 20 points left.
Right.
Yeah, correct. Yeah, you are at 80. So you have 20 points remaining.
So I'm thinking we spend 15 of those points, which will give us 5 left for one final location, which I assume would be Kaiuzo's. I think we do a secret passage from the Gatehouse of the Stars to the palace, is what I'm thinking.
So the Gatehouse of the Stars is like the final location.
Mm-hmm.
So what you would want to do maybe is put a secret tunnel between the Gatehouse of the Stars and the Shimada Gates, or between the Gatehouse and the Stars and the Hayashida Market. So essentially what that's going to mean is, like, during the conflict, if you have people who are established at, say, the Gate of the Sun,
Mm-hmm.
and they move from the skirmish of the Gate of the Sun to, and for some reason there is now the battle at the Gatehouse of the Stars. The people at the Gate of the Sun could only move to Hayashida Market normally. But if you have a tunnel established between Hayashida Market and the Gatehouse of the Stars, then instead they can go from Gate of the Sun all the way to Gatehouse of the Stars in between skirmishes.
Oh my gosh.
It gives them one free movement. And that's you or any of the units that you have established throughout the battlefield.
I think Hayashida Market to the Gatehouse makes sense to me.
Agreed.
And then they'll
Okay.
leave us with 5 more points that we can spend on Kaiuzo's. I will go ahead and make the check. Let me see. Did I get rid of my character sheet? That was silly. Anyway, all right. I will use. Let's see. We'll do Earth, and tactics. Yes, do Earth tactics. And remind me, Jeremy, what's the TN on this?
2.
Dose. Thank you, sir.
Mhm.
I got 3 successes, nothing else, so I'm good. And I'll take, is it 3 fatigue? Is that correct, Jeremy?
For 15, yes.
Okay.
What ring were you using?
Earth. No, 1 bonus success. 1 bonus Earth success.
Okay, so 1 Earth. All right, so we are at 95 now. We have a Earth success at... Oh, great question. I don't know where that would go. Your choice. Hayashida Market or Gatehouse of the Stars?
Let's do... actually, they both already have 1 Earth bonus
They do.
success. That's kind of funny. You know, let's do Gatehouse of the Stars, since that's probably going to be where everything goes horribly wrong.
All right, I'll put that there. All right. Okay, so that leaves you with 5 points remaining.
Oil at
Kaiuzo's.
Kaiuzo's. I think that's what we write. That
Oil
was-
at Kuyuzo's last stand.
Yeah.
Okay.
cause
Who's
them
making the check for that?
burn.
Oh, no wonder I couldn't find
Who's-
that one. Wait,
who's
that
got
was a new one.
Who's hurting with fatigue? Who's hurting
I've
the
only got
most?
1, so if you want me to roll.
I mean,
Yeah.
I could also go ahead and roll because I can get rid of my fatigue between scenes. But go ahead, Craig. I just
all right.
rolled.
Somebody do
Mhm.
fire. Somebody, whoever it is going to use fire, because we want
Yeah,
extra
I'll-
fires there.
Fire! Yep, I'll do fire. Right. Yeah. All right.
Do I have
3
to
successes and 1
fatigue?
strife.
3 successes with fire.
Yeah.
Okay, so that will put a fire at.
And I have an exploding one, so let me.
Q's last
I'm
stand.
gonna roll that and see if I can get another opportunity or something to add.
We've got oil at Kaiu's last stand. Okay, cool. Did you have an opportunity?
I'm gonna try to get one. I've got exploding one. So
Okay. Yep, absolutely.
as soon as I get this back, there we go. See what I can get here. And no, it's a success. It's another success.
Okay, so another fire token. Okay, I'm gonna copy that and paste the duplicate. All right, so I think that is where everything stands. I believe that I got everything sorted out.
We should have.
yeah.
Do we have bandits left
We do. We have 2. We have,
Oh yes, good call. We need to
2
decide where
militia
those are going to start.
regiments
and one archer?
No,
2
I'm sorry.
archers.
Yeah, 2
I
archers.
don't think
1
there's
militia.
any archer decisions yet, and then
Correct.
2 more ranks of militia. So yeah.
Oh, we have 2? Okay, I thought we had because I thought we had militia at Hoshijosai Market and the Gate of the Sun. So I thought that was 2.
Oh, I did not put them in the Gate of the Sun.
Or maybe I misremembered, but I think I
Is
just
that-
saw Ryan commenting on that. So I think
Is that
that's
true? Gate of the Sun.
Put them there. Just put 'em there.
I was
Okay.
typing. Yeah, let's put them there.
Got it. All right,
So maybe-
let's see.
Yeah,
What do we
wherever
have
there's
that's
Militia
got
at Gate of the Sun.
We want the archers to be someplace where they have the bonuses, like the place they're shooting into is recessed or that they're elevated, because then they'll have the best chance of doing the most damage. Like Hayashida's
Hayashida Market.
Market,
Mhm.
or the Omufune Bridge, or what else did we find out was
The Gatehouse of the Stars also has elevated, but it also has confining, which is kind of.
yeah, and I think we
there.
shouldn't start them there because that's going to be our fallback. Like,
Right.
Yeah, that'll
What
be everybody
about-
come back.
Just seen it. Gate of the Sun is one of the entrances to. That we just over putting archers on.
We have militia there, but we could put archers there too if you want.
No, if we got militias
Yeah.
there. Well, if we have our secret tunnel, how many things can use the secret tunnel between skirmishes? Just one.
No, anyone.
all of them.
Then put
That's
the
prevailed.
archers at Hayashida Market, and
Okay.
they'll be able to fall back too.
Yeah,
So-
that's
I guess-
recessed, so they'll be good for there.
Okay, that's 1
Yeah,
unit
it's
of archers.
it goes from recess to elevated, so yeah, that's perfect.
What's
You've got one
Put
of
the-
each. 1 militia,
one-
1 archer left.
Do you want to put the other regiments, like you said, Karen, maybe at Omofune, because it also has recess? The only thing is I don't know how effectively they'll be able to leave if they get
yeah,
caught.
I don't want to get them stuck there,
Right.
to be honest. I'd rather have them maybe over the dock one, and then they could start falling back as they need
Yeah,
to.
as the oil goes off. Yeah, I think that makes sense.
Okay.
So
Archers at
Koyota.
Koyata Dock Market.
And I think we put our last bit of militia at Shimada Gates, because I don't think we have anything else at Shimada Gates, as far as I can see. But I could be wrong.
But they could also fall back into it too.
Mhm.
So
Yeah.
Well, that's why maybe even keep that regiment at the bridge. That way we can remove them, collapse it when it gets crazy, and then I mean they'll have to go up and through to the. So there's there's a gate basically at the bridge, then there's the hole at the lament, and then there's the market, correct?
So as far as ways into your half of the city, your bank, it would be the Koyota Dock Market, the gatehouse there, the Kokichio's Lament, the hole in the wall, and then the private dock at the home of Todo Yujio. If something crosses the river there, they'd be able to get into the upper city from his house.
Yeah, so if somebody comes in there and they get through that trap, we may actually want somebody at Shimato Gate to
Agreed.
stall them while we get there.
Well, and didn't you say, Jeremy, too, that if we don't like put something in a location, the enemy just takes it? Was that correct, or is that?
Yes, if it's not addressed in some fashion, they will gain an automatic benefit from it.
So
if
we don't do something at the Shimada gates, then
they have to go. They have to go there.
Shimada
Gate.
Okay.
Yeah.
And we can move them.
They can fall
between
back.
skirmishes. Yes.
Yeah. Well, we can like push them forward and stuff like that too. As long as there's somebody there at the beginning, then we're good.
So I think we've got everything
Heck yeah.
covered.
Yeah, I think so.
1, 2, 3, 4, 6, 7. 8,
Lots of bonus successes scattered around.
You did so good.
You got lots of units kind of scattered around too.
Jeremy won't be able to kill us now. Jeremy won't be able to kill us now.
Jared, could you I know this is a lot of work, but could you send us all the things that we decided that we did as well? Because this map is great. It tells us where but it doesn't tell us what we actually where like caltrops and all that stuff.
Yep. I have that notated in my doc. I will add that to the Google Doc.
Awesome.
Under each of the locations, I'll add like what you have added there, as well as like what these tokens and the units that are starting there, et cetera, et cetera. So that way, before next session, you'll have a chance to have that at your disposal. So, okay.
Nice.
Fantastic, y'all. Yeah, this was a hell of a session. We crammed a lot into the time that we had. We did run over a little bit. I do apologize, especially Ryan. I know we've got a game here in just a little bit. So I'm going to go ahead and pass things back over to my players so that they can give any kind of outro that they'd like to before we put a bow on it and call it a day. We'll start in reverse order with Craig.
Great. Well, appreciate it. Had a good time. I'm looking forward to fighting next week. So everybody have a good night.
Hell yeah, dude. Yeah, I'm super thrilled with this. Like I said, I was very excited about how this manifested itself in my brain as far as like the prepping the city, and I'm hoping that it turns out to be a lot of fun whenever the fuse is finally lit. So super pleased with this so far, and y'all have made fantastic players in this game, so thank you. Next up we have Karen.
I am so excited about next session when all hell breaks loose and we all die. It'll be amazing. I love it. It's going to be so much fun. Thank you so much for running this. Thank you, everybody. It's been amazing to play with you guys. I cannot wait for next week. So with that, I'm going to keep it short and sweet. Pass it back to you. It helps if you're not muted.
Classic. I said short and sweet, just like you, Karen. Thank you. All right. Next up, we've got Baron.
We're all gonna fucking die.
Yes.
I'll see you next week for my funeral.
Beautiful. Next up, we've got Jason.
Yes, I've been Jason Osorio playing Guan Shuzen. I'm going to use my Warrior's Resolve to get rid of this fatigue. I'm also very excited for next week. Go!
Yes. Yeah, man. Super thrilled. I am very excited to see how this plays out. I'm hoping that I actually do kill you, because I mean, y'all have done surprisingly well so far. It's probably my lack of understanding of the system. So I'll just gun harder for you next time.
It's all of our lack of understanding.
Well, y'all are doing perfectly fine. So, last but certainly not least, we've got Ryan.
Hey, it's Ryan, playing Kenji Yamaguchi. Super excited. We're gonna... Such an honorable death or we're gonna make Jeremy cry because we were all supposed to die and we all survived. So it's one way or the
Also
other,
a
we're all gonna have a
possibility.
good time. But I'm excited.
Yeah, man, absolutely. That is a chance. You know, there's always a chance of making the DM cry. But that's why we're here. Figure out who it is that's gonna cry, I guess. Awesome. Thank all of you very, very much. This is a weird experiment with a system that none of us really knew, so I deeply do appreciate the fact that you're all giving me enough trust to try to carry out this weird little experiment. So thank you for being for it and for just being good sports. Thank you as well to anybody who is out there watching this, whether you watch live with us or whether you watch at some point in the future. It means a ton to me that there are people that come here and find entertainment with these games. So thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Please, if you did enjoy what you saw here, do all the stuff that the YouTube algorithm likes to see. Hit the like button, subscribe, the bell, share the link around, talk about it with your friends. Talk about this weird little game that we've got going on. I did forget to mention it earlier in the week whenever I ran Thunder Ridge. Thunder Ridge was my 400th video on this channel. So for me, that is an enormous milestone, and I am filled with pride at how much content I've managed to put on this channel, and that after almost a decade, we're still going strong. So thank you for being a part of that journey. Yeah. What else? Oh, remember, kindness is a free action. It costs you absolutely nothing to be kind to people, and the world really, really desperately needs all the kindness that it can get at the moment. So please, you don't know what anybody else is going through, and a simple act of kindness, just a smile, treating someone, with respect and compassion could make all the difference in the world to them. So go out there and do that. That's how we make the world a better place to live in for everybody. Except for Nazis. Punch them in the face. So with that, I think we're ready to get out of here. So until next time, may your dice roll high and your snacks always be within reach.